All right, looks like we're back in it. Got a good one here. Got a good one on the back table as well. I believe these are both loser side matches. We watched Andrew lose earlier to Max Hood, who just took a loss as well in his next match, but you got the loser side matchup on both tables here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Tim said we're down to the final 8 here. You have on the top side, you have Jay Suko playing for the hot seat against Tony Circa. Tony's been playing well. I'm very impressed with Tony's game thus far. Bit of a newer face on day 2 here. Good shot there to keep the 4 in front of the hole. Well, Scott Bush, it looks good from here. As long as he can get past that 7, he's heavy favorite to get out from here. Seen a few miss down this rail, like we've said a million times over. It's worth mentioning, especially when they try to punch it off the rail. Yeah, that was a good shot there, though. Well, got some information. For those that don't know, Andrew Cox, he's only 15 years old from Silicon Valley out here. I was gonna ask that earlier. He obviously looks younger, but I made the mistake with Nick Klein because I knew he was playing on the amateur or he was playing on the junior tour when I first got into pool. So I had kind of misquoted it. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's only like 19, 20. And then I talked to Nick Klein. He's like, no, I'm like 26. I'm like, oh Jesus, but no, Andrew Cox, 15 years old, making it here to day 2 against these monsters left in this tournament. All right, Scott taking an early lead, 1-0. Try to bounce back and forth between both tables. Oh, what happened over there? Looks like they might be finished up over there on the back table. I'm not sure. It looks like Philip went out back for a minute. Have to confirm. Oh yeah, Bob only goes to 5. Yep, looks like Bob won on the back table, so Bob Husky moving on to play Max Hood. Philip is officially knocked out of this tournament. He had a pretty good tournament this week. Obviously, he looked a bit frustrated over there. Kept forgetting that he was giving him a spot. Thanks, Ernest. Yeah, thanks, Tony. Oh, Tony Circa, you prepared for your game against Jay? That one will be a fun one to watch. Oh, looks like they're getting it started over there on the back table, far table, I guess you could say. Bob coming off a big win against Philip. Philip is a tough competitor in these tournaments. Always seems to make it far, so that was a big obstacle for Bob. Almost a bit of a breather for him, I'm sure. But Bob's spot and Max sure will prove to be difficult as well. Max has been playing good. It's a 6-4 race on that back table. Good shot there. Andrew looking at the best way to get on the 4 from here. Likely accept a lot of distance here on the 4 if he makes this 3 versus trying to get close. Great shot there. On the perfect window to get on that 4. Accepting that distance. Sometimes players tend to get a little too cute with the cue ball and run into trouble, especially on this table. Can't cheat the pocket over here. Very impressed with the discipline of Andrew, though. He plays a strong game. I'm a bit of a Diamondbacks fan. Gurriel Jr. just hit a home run to tie it up in the 7th. See that in the background. You can't see it on the screen, but pretty good game. The D-backs are in a wild card race. It's fun to watch. Well, Andrew's got a tough one. Believe he can see enough of this 5 to cut it. He chooses to take it on. Obviously, seen a lot rattle up over here, but Andrew no stranger to shooting these long shots. Got those young eyes. Yeah, that's always the risk in that shot. It's a tough shot from there. Got to hit it almost just perfect. One's always an awkward one to look at when you're real close to the ball and you got to cut it and throw it in. You rely on all that. At least I throw it in. Not everyone. Some people just cut it, but threw it in with some left there. Sometimes you're just really relying on that throw. Almost like you're wishing or steering it in as you stroke it because it looks a bit unnatural when you hit it that full. Ah, really friendly bump there. Should get it done for him here. Scott Scott makes this one, could put him up in an early 2-0 lead. Oh, Scott really never looked comfortable over that ball. He didn't come down into his shot like we're used to seeing when Scott's shooting his best. He keeps a he keeps a bit of a pace about him around the table and almost a confident strut about him around the table. That one he really seemed uncertain coming down in that ball. He didn't come down in that ball confidently. It's like Scott ran to the restroom real quick to take a quick 1 minute breather, I'm sure. Bit of a mention it all the time, a bit of a formality for the players sometimes at this level or making it this far in the tournament. Sometimes they make one of those boneheaded shots and you got to go remind yourself in the bathroom that you can still shoot, talking yourself in the mirror, pray to whatever you believe in. Oh, here he comes back. Seems like all the kids coming up, especially the junior kids, they almost all of them have a pretty good break behind them. Helps with all the social media and internet nowadays and all the resources available, the pros that we have out here in Arizona, the semi-pros or shortstops, I guess you could say, that kind of give them good direction early on. And it just seems like all of them have good fundamentals coming up and all of them playing the game correctly, like real well balanced between safes and aggression, the balance. See a lot of that from Andrew. Andrew's a good player. He's going to be tearing it up in Arizona for a long time, I'm sure. I don't know if he called that one. Yep, very true, Kit. I learned a lot from you. Get started, and then when I got into it, the internet resources around me and the players around me were fortunate enough to give me the time of day and help out my game a little bit. On top of me just hating losing and hitting a million balls. Oh, how about that? It looks like he made it. What a shot! And is he gonna get a look on the three? Oh, Scott's all smiles right now. Scott's a good guy. He's regardless if Scott wins this match, he won't he'll be so happy for Andrew if he does take defeat. They help me out too, mostly by taking my money. That's the truth. Like the shot there, and he never had intention of making that three. He was always going to go kind of left side or maybe even rail first there and play Trying to put the 3-ball up table, just hit a bit too hard. It came back. Oh, Max had a good chance there and missed the 10. Over on that far table. Bob has another chance at another 10 here. Tough shot. He's on the rail. Sorry, guys. This might be hard to keep up with, but I'm between both tables. I'm watching. This is the backside. All these players very much still in it. A little bit. Oh, looks like Bob made that shot on that back table over there. What a great shot. But meanwhile, Scott overrunning that 5 by quite a bit. Speak on it a lot. Anything's better than ball in hand on this table. Every out's tough on this table, so a good hit here is extremely important. Ah, looks like he got it. Is he going to get lucky behind the 8? No. Came up a bit short. Good hit, though. I personally prefer kind of trying to come short on that 5 like he did right there. It gives you 2 chances to hit the ball. 2 chances to hit the ball if you come off the top of it. Or if you hit the rail first just like he did and run into it and goes to the other rail. Oh, that's a good shot there from Scott. Still some meat left in this rack. Thanks so much. Curious to see if he got a little love with that 8. It looks like it. He's got a rail first option if he chooses to. Or maybe. Might be covering him a little bit more than that. Always kind of put a baby swerve on it and try and make it. You just hate to rattle this one up, and this one tends to rattle a lot when you go rail first here. Oh, what a great shot. A lot of distance on the 8. Really good shot there. Oh, what was that? Oh, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Oh, that was very nice of Jay. She threw me a little cash for some beers over here. I really appreciate her. Thanks so much. A great shot there. Putting Andrew up 2-1. All right. Andrew taking off now. He's starting to look a little bit more comfortable in his shoes. Getting that very deliberate in his approach. You see how he kind of comes into the I know this is nitpicky, but see how he kind of comes into his break and steps into his shot? Very deliberate in the way he comes down into his break. or even into any shot really. I love that from a from a fundamental nerd. My fundamentals are absolute garbage, but just from a nerd's perspective, like myself, the way he approaches the table is in his pre-shot routine and coming into every ball. Love the way he approaches it. There's something to be said about his approach coming down into his stroke or into the cue ball. Allows for that consistency and allows you to tap into that subconscious ability to repeat good stroke after good stroke after good stroke. Something that Andrew probably does as good as anybody in this tournament, maybe if not the best. Fundamental wise, he looks really good. Oh, what the jump cue here? Looks like he called a side. Maybe the corner. I could have mistaken. I think he's calling for the side because it gives him a chance to get on the two. He might be going for the corner actually, the way he's lining this up. We'll see. He's going for the side. Yeah, I gave him a chance to get a look on the two. Had he gone in the corner, I don't think he would have had a high percentage chance to get on the two had he made it. Once again, those just tuning in, I don't have the payouts with me right now. I know all these guys and girl going for the big $2,000 check in first place. Um, these two tables you see in front of you are on the back side. Great shot there from Scott. But these two tables are on the back side. So we're kind of letting that play out a little bit before we play the hot seat match. The hot seat match is going to be between Tony Circa and Jay Suko. I'm sure they're giving them a little bit of a rest since while we wait for this backside to battle it out and get themselves back into this thing. That's something to mention. We've talked a lot about Max Hood. I don't think I've given Bob Husky the credit he deserves. I haven't seen a lot. Maybe, honestly, I haven't seen really any of his games other than maybe hitting a few shots on that far table. But he is just tearing through a monster field of players. He just keeps hanging around, beating some of the best in the tournament. Something maybe to look at moving forward. He's taking an early lead on Max over there. Oh, watch out, six ball. Watch out, six ball. Watch out, six ball. Oh, he knew it. Cue ball was rolling uphill. Saved him. Even though he's jacked up over the seven, he's happy to see it. Decent attempt there. I would argue those shots are probably something. Now I haven't seen him shoot a lot of jacked up shots, but I'd argue those shots in particular are something that Andrew probably excels in, being jacked up. I think seems like the players that are very fundamentally sound and quiet over the cue ball tend to hit those a bit straighter than those that almost rely on their ability a little bit more than repetitive fundamentals. Good shot here. Good shot here down this rail. Gives Scott a huge edge in this rack. Makes him heavy favorite. Now, the reason that I say It's the reason that I say a good shot here. These, I mean, on a bar box or on any other diamond in this room, I wouldn't even mention it. Scott would just be out. But on this table in particular, I know I sound like a broken record, but worth mentioning when it comes up. Table plays tough. Good speed control there from Andrew. Great shot. Hey, what's going on, Eduardo? How are you? Yeah, yeah, it's fun. Fun stuff. Yeah, the winner of this tournament takes 2 grand. So, yep, yep. Ah, Andrew missed that one. Oh, visually frustrated by that stroke. Can't help but think that maybe the nerves are getting to these players a little bit this far in the tournament. They've grinded their butts off to get here this far. All starting to come into play, and it's all starting to become a bit more real to them. That's going to tie it up 2-2. Could have been the difference between 3-1, but 2-2. Still in it, race to 4 from here. Oh, I know Scott on a pretty personal level. He's a very confident player, very confident in his ability. Promise you, there's no doubt in his mind that he knows he's more than capable of making it deep or even winning this tournament. Both these players on your screen are more than capable of doing it. Andrew couldn't have hit that ball better than that. What a great stroke. Oh, Tim taking the balls away from the table behind me, saying I can't play pool. You darn right. That's why I talk about it. Can't play the darn game. Oh, what a great shot there from Andrew. Real good confidence builder. This is something I point out about Andrew. Watch how he comes down to this ball. Very deliberate in how accurate he steps into the line of the shot. Great right there. Textbook. Yeah, obviously missed the shot, but something I think a lot of players can learn from for sure. It's just the execution of doing it over and over and over and over again. It'll clean up with time as long as you're deliberate in your approach and consistently do it over and over again. Plus, this table has absolutely zero sense of humor. Oh, Scott really didn't hit that ball that well there. Gotta follow it up with a good one. No, that one's gonna leave it. Andrew really want, you'd really like an angle on this 9 to get to the 10. I personally like just, if you can reach it, just being a little above it. Now that's pretty good there. Little bottom left, bring it back right where his hand is. Maybe a little above it. Good shot. Good out there. A little bit of a mistake there from Scott. It's 2-2. You know what, Kelly? I think you're right. I don't think they've marked it up. I think it's 3-2 now after I think it's I will check with the players real quick when it comes back. Give me 1 second. Is it 3-2, brother? Thank you, bro. Oh, Pete Gresh Sr., how you doing, brother? Yeah, so I got Andrew to update the score. That was cool. But Pete Gresh Sr., good job, Justin. Great stream. Seen some great. Yeah, this has been a ton of fun. I really like doing this, and I love watching, especially these young guns like Andrew. Just really good player. Really good break as well. Um, but I love watching these players play. I mean, I mentioned it a few times, but my favorite part of this tournament is when it comes down to it, and these guys are playing for that big $2,000 check. You'll see it come out in a little bit, but it'll be in the background, and then you start seeing the hands shake a little bit on their backstroke, and you start seeing a little bit of nervousness. That's my favorite part. I love to see how these guys react under pressure. Guys and girl, don't forget Jay. She's still in it, playing for the hot seat. I believe there was a $60 top female prize. I believe Jay has already taken that one down. I don't believe there's another female in the tournament, so congratulations, Jay, on that one. Pretty good stroke there. Not afraid to let his stroke out, Scott is. Tell you how good his cueing is as well. On this table, when you're hitting balls with pace, obviously I don't like to go. It tells you he's just hitting dead center back of the pocket on those balls he's playing with pace. Really, really making it look easier than it is. If you've played over here on table, I believe it's 13, played over here on table 12 or 13, you know what I'm talking about. That D-backs game going on in the background that loaded up the bases. No outs in the 8th, 2-2. Got three good games going on. You got the far table, you got the table in front of me, you got the Diamondbacks game right on the TV right above that. I'm a fan. Scott trying to play a bit of a touchy safe, trying to use play the two behind the three and just let it leak out there.
Bug and say good shit about Tony.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Appreciate you, bro. Ah, Tony's a good dude. What shot there, huh? Perfecto D. You know what? People keep buying me beers over here. I'm a little backed up. I appreciate it, brother. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you sit. Okay, all right. You sitting right next to him. Oh, I love those guys. They're so much fun. Tony Usyk and Perfecto. I don't care what they say about you, man. You're not bad. Not too bad. Oh, meanwhile, Andrew putting in work on the table. Missed a few shots that were a bit uncharacteristic, but I think really starting to come into his own a little bit. Reason he's made it to day two and this far. He's gonna be jacked up over the 10 here. Difficult shot. Be surprised if he just tries to play safe here instead of making this ball, and he might go for it. Yeah, he went for it. It's just such a tough shot being elevated over that ball. Now I wonder this. Yeah, we'll see. See what Scott has in mind here. Few ways to play it. Sounds crazy, but this might just sit well enough to think about the 10 in the side. I don't think that's the right shot, but it's just good enough to where it's staring you in the face and you might consider taking on the combo. Yeah, what a shot. Oh my gosh. I personally shy away from that shot. That's a never goes in for me. It always hangs up and the 7 comes around 3 rails and goes right in front of the 10 and then you're toast. But you hit him like Scott, why not, huh? All right, let's take a quick little peek at the bracket real quick. Uh, Take me a minute to get to it. My phone's from 1996. Right. Oh, is that the break? Two, three, four, five, six. Did he just make 4 balls on the break while I was checking the bracket? My goodness, Scott. All right, so we are down to 2 on the top side. That's obviously we said it before. Jay Suko playing Tony Circa for the hot seat. On the back side, we are Down to Bob Husky playing Max on the back table. And Scott Bush playing Andrew right in front of you. The winner of that playing Tony Usyk. So they're about a round behind the match you're seeing on screen right here. They're about a round, half a round behind. But winner playing Tony Usyk. The winner of Tony Usyk will be playing the winner of that far table. So oh, this one's coming right back to you, bro. Don't sit down. Keep those legs stretched. He's a little frustrated, but you can't help but smile a little bit. You know, you couldn't shoot that ball in the side pocket from there. So sometimes it's just the pool gods reminding you that you're human. Time to deal with it. Something I will say a little bit about Andrew. Uh, he is a guy that wears his emotions on his sleeve a little bit, it seems like. When he's down, you can kind of tell he's down, and when he's up, he's got that pep in his step. It's almost really intimidating, but also admirable when you see a player that's strutting around the table in full stroke and just smoking you like you never picked up a cue before. But on the other hand, I've seen him rest his head in his hands and get frustrated a little bit, as we all do. But being 15, I'm specifically pretty impressed with his demeanor. Looks really good on the table. All right, worth mentioning. This might be, like I said earlier, maybe worth. I think I've overanalyzed this a little bit, but this ball has not gone in this pocket down this rail all day long. This pocket is played particularly difficult, whether it's just a mind thing or maybe this, maybe something else. But this rattles all the time. Just that wasn't a matter of tight pocket. He just didn't hit that one great. You got away with it. Wait, how old is Andrew? Kit, you are correct when you say that. He's 15 years old. Is what so what Tim is telling me. Silicon Valley or Silicon Valley? I don't know how to pronounce it. I ain't ever been out there. All I know is Phoenix. But just the kid plays great. Very impressed. Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of a matchup that we had down in Vegas when it was Savannah Easton was playing Keegan. Keegan was yeah, Keegan was well Savannah was man, I don't want to misquote it and I don't want to say it wrong, but I want to say Kid. I was just reading your comment, but I want to say Savannah was like I don't know, 13 maybe. And then Keegan, and they played for the finals, and then Keegan was like just a couple years older than that, 15, 16, I imagine, maybe even 17. I don't know. But it was such a great finals watching two kids in the finals just duke it out with all the pressure, and they just played relentlessly. I mean, they looked like they had the demeanor of pros out there. You just thought it was one of those ones someone just had to lose. It was unfortunate that someone had to lose, but they were just both playing good. Oh, don't do it to him. That is brutal. He was a little quick in his decision there. I I like to see a bit more conviction in the way he played that safe. It kind of looked like he got down on it. He's like, I don't love this shot. I'm gonna go with the first safe that comes to mind. Played it. It just kind of be getting a touch complacent on that one. Kind of cost him there. Something to learn from for sure. But otherwise, been very impressed with his pattern play and the way he's approached the table. Other outside of that, no kid. He's a real kid. I'm a fake kid. I'm 28. Up, get out. Like that's going to put up Scott Bush 4-3. Take a peek at the back score over there. Bob Husky. Oh, just rattled the ball. Remember, Max only goes to 4. Bob going to 6. Got 2-1 over there. Bob's been playing particularly well. I know Max is putting in a lot of time. That's a fun one to watch in the background. Oh, brutal. Great shot there from Bob, but scratched on the 9. Giving that one to him anyways, it looks like. Yep. Score going 2-2 over there. Bit of a gift for Max, especially with the spot. Oh, left it available. Tough to get back on the 2. Guess it'd be a good time to mention, I'd like to thank Bullshooters. Generally, they add quite a bit of money to this event. Thank you guys for hosting this event. Thank you for allowing this tournament to be possible. And Mike Bates has always been more than generous to us pool players. We can't thank him enough. I mean, he's just given us players a place to call home, really. So shout out to them. I'll shout out our sponsors here in a little bit. I don't have a list of them. You can see them kind of in your top left there, but I'll have to make a list of that. A shout out to our sponsors for making this possible as well. Oh, is he gonna get a friendly bump? Oh, oh, that would have been Would have been fun. I'm telling you, I think don't mean to be foreshadowing anything or jinxing anything, but the way both these guys are playing, I anticipate a bit of a hill match here. I really do. I think just for the sake of viewership purposes, I think that would be great. But both these players playing really good, and they've just been going, wow, great shot. Now that he just hit two good shots in a row, I wonder if he knows what to do with the straight one. I didn't see nothing, Scott. I won't even comment on it. We'll just let that one sit a little bit. Let him cook. Oh, oh, funny. That's great. What's up, brother? How are you, man? Good shot there. A little above the four. He tries to hold the angle or play some left on it to come around for the five. Played with some left. Great shot. Good speed there. Little funny. Like looking at it, if he just drew it straight back, this cue ball really wants to come into the 10. He's got a little bit of an angle on it, so he's trying to find another way to go about it. He just punched forward. Six either passes the seven, or he's just gonna try and lock him up on this eight. Just don't want to hit the six so hard that it comes back out that he can see it. Good shot there. Another one there though is something that I harp on what Andrew does really well is he goes through his pre-shot routine really well. But that one he kind of made up his mind really quick and got down and one stroked it. Not something that we're used to seeing from him. Obviously it worked out, but as far as the repetitive nature we've seen from him and what makes him great, he kind of strayed away from that on that last stroke. Oh, is he gonna get a friendly bump? No. Little awkward. Gotta come with a good one here. I wouldn't put too much focus into the nine. Oh, that's a picky thing for me here, but on this table, sometimes I prefer to be much closer to the 10 than further away. Further you are, more difficult that 10 is to make. When you're closer to it, there's a little bit less room for error. Great shot there. Yep, that's gonna tie it up 4-4. Uh, I'm not gonna say who, but Tony Usic's got a little bit of side action going on this table, and this is a what do they call it? A sweater's delight. Goes 4-4. He hasn't marked it up yet, but it is 4-4 here. But a little bit of a sweater's delight if you did pick a side on this one. Makes you sweat a little bit. It's like Scott ran to the restroom real quick just for a second. This part in the tournament, the emotions and the stress is maximized. Yes, he does have great composure on the table, Kit. I agree with you. Very impressed. Oh snap! We got Brett Hughes and Avery Reese talking to each other, both in the building. I imagine there'll be a little bit of a maybe stirring up some action over there. Meanwhile, 2-2 on the back table. Yeah, it looks like he's adjusting the score now. It is 4-4. Uh, we got any of find with the younger generation playing? A lot of times, oh, I missed that one. A lot of the generation, some younger generation playing pool. More often than not, it seems like their parents are watching, or maybe some family. Got any Andrew family or friends out there? Let's hear from them. Seems like he's got a little bit of a following. Kind of slightly awkward angle on this three. He might have to accept some distance. Yeah, that was the thing about it. It was slightly awkward. He knew he was going to leave some distance there. Maybe in an attempt to offset that, just missed the three there. I think Andrew's got a. Oh, he's looking at it like he can go rail first and hit the three. Maybe even just hit it. Might try to spin this in with some left, or at least get a good hit on it with some left. That will work. If Scott's feeling really good, he can try and put this cue ball on the four. It's not a bad option there if he wants to do that. I think that was part of the attempt there. There's a better way to go about it. I think you could have hit that three a little fuller, had it come up table a bit more, and then get that cue ball on the four. I think he almost tried to split them and get on it. Yeah. Andrew was playing all cue ball there, trying to get it down to this bottom rail where the racking area is under that 10-6. Lost the three a little bit. Cue ball's headed away from the four. Kind of a situation like earlier. Gonna have to accept distance if you do get back on the four. He's made a bit of a mess out of this rack. 6, 7, 10 lays really funny here. Coming off the bottom side, likely playing safe. Pretty good there. Andrew speeding up a little bit. Right. I said a little bit earlier, he's kind of seems like a, well, we'll get into it in a minute. Got going with a jump cue here. I didn't want to say anything with Andrew's got a seat right next to me. I don't want, but anyways, didn't want to throw him off his game if he overheard me talking. But basically, the immediate critique, if I had anything to say about it, I love his game. I love his composure. I love the way he plays the game. But the immediate critique that I see on my end is sometimes sometimes when he plays safe, he puts a little bit less emphasis. Like, you see how deliberate he is on this four ball? Even though he missed it, you see how deliberate he is coming into the ball? When he's playing safe, it's a bit more of a one stroke, it's a bit more of a quick. I'd personally like to see a little bit more, almost the same energy, the same. Oh, he got a little lucky to get on the six that way. But I like to see almost the same emphasis on his safes as he does pocketing balls. They're equally as important. He's gotten away with it a little bit, but on a couple different occasions, he's gotten a little quick, letting it get away. Typical Scott. Not afraid to let that cue ball loose a little bit. Well, good chance here for really a great chance here. This is about as good as you can ask for. Great chance here for Andrew. Perfect side on the 9 to come down for the 10. Just punch it over just like that. Good out there. A little bit of a mistake from Scott. Taking on a tough shot, hanging the ball up. Yeah, I think you're right, Chuck. I think you are right. See how it plays out. I predicted a hill matchup after the first five games or so that they were kind of going rack for rack, blow for blow. It's been fun to watch on my end. And it's a heck of a lot less stressful on this side of the glass than it is over there. Oh, looking at that back table, it's 3-2, but Bob just hung up a 9 ball. If Max hits a good shot here to get on the 10, could put him on the hill. Great matchup over there. Yeah, baby that one a little bit. Let's see if Max on that back table can put himself on the hill. He's got to come with it. Whether it looks like it or not, he is a bit on the 50-yard line there. He's got to shoot a tough shot into a tight pocket. He might have got away with it a little bit. Yeah, he left it tough. Left it very tough. Bob's got a bit of a sarcastic smile about him. Going for the corner. Oh, he hung it up. That is gonna put Max on the hill on your far table. Remember, Max is only going to 4, Bob going to 6, so that's gonna be a 3-1 race after he makes that. Yep, Max putting in work. See the emphasis that See the emphasis that Andrew put into that shot right there. That's really what I'm right. Sorry to harp on it so much, but it's a really admirable quality. And notice how he made that long, tough shot. He really took his time. He went through his routine, put every bit of focus into it. And there's been a few safes that got away from him that he didn't put half that focus in. I think that max effort on every shot could really go a long way. Meanwhile, otherwise he's just playing great though. Good to see. Yeah, I wish sorry I missed the break there. I was focused on that back table as Max got on the hill. It looked like Andrew was off to the races after that break. Chuck said it was a good break. Well, haven't seen too many. Haven't seen a lot of racks being cleaned up on this table, but it's worth mentioning that this that may if Andrew gets out from here, well, Andrew's got a chance to get out from here. It's worth mentioning that maybe may have been Scott's last shot on this table. Andrew's got to shoot it. Andrew's got to shoot a tough 7 ball. But after that, it's smooth sailing. Oh, he hit it too full. Hung that up. Said it before. Wouldn't be surprised if this went hill. That was a great opportunity there for Andrew. Beating himself up over that one a little bit. Not too much pressure though, because I mean, not he's not too concerned though. He does have one to play with. We haven't seen any break and runs on this table. It's not hasn't been a significant advantage as we've seen thus far. Maybe on another table, but not this one. All right, Scott's got to come with it. This is a shot of the rack. This is the rack winning shot right here. Oh, wanted to stay up. I just get anywhere towards the center of the table here, and you're just fine. Just get it off that rail back there somehow, some way. That's not it. That is far from it. Something Scott did right there that he got down with the high ball, and when he got down on the shot, he switched his English from high to low. May have been worth standing up and getting a better view of the table than that. Oh, that's gonna do it. Wouldn't be surprised if he just shakes his hand. Yep. Giving that one to Andrew. Yeah. Well, that one hurt him. Well, anyways, looks like congratulations, Andrew. Moving on. Scott getting knocked out of the tournament. I'd have to check the bracket to see who's coming up next, but still got those guys going off on the back table. Oh, you know what? No, I mentioned it. I mentioned it earlier. These guys, the winner of this one was playing. Say Tony. Yeah, I think it's Tony. Anyways, I'm taking a couple minutes. We'll be right back up shortly. We're coming down to it. I believe we'll be down to the final 6, maybe even less. So I'll see you guys in a minute. All right. Looks like we are off. Match in front of you. This is the hot seat match. The highly anticipated hot seat match. Both these players guaranteed third place. Um, in an absolute worst case scenario, obviously none of that is even remotely on their mind. Their mind is on that big $2,020 check, I believe is what it was. I have to double check with Tim, but upwards of $2,000 for first place. Jay with a convincing victory over I believe it was Max, 6-2. Even though it was a 6-3 race, it kind of looked like it was all Jay that set. She left the door back open for him, but she's been playing very well. I forgot, I haven't mentioned much, mentioned a little bit, but I've been very impressed with Tony Circa's game. Not a guy that we've seen on day two a ton. He is a good player. He is a good player. It's just not someone that we've seen a ton on day two. It kind of seems like the same familiar faces: Philip Salas, Tony Usyk, like even Will Orr. Those guys, they generally make it. Even Jeff Wolf, maybe. Also always making it to day two, but some new faces this time. The back table that you see, you just saw Andrew Cox play a little bit. He's playing Tony Usyk. Now, Tony Usyk's done a little bit of sitting. I wonder if that'll come into play for him. But Tony always a threat. That is the backside on your far table there. Hot seat here in your front. And meanwhile, Jay making quick work of this rack. Pretty deliberate in the way she approaches her patterns. That's more I watch her, the more I realize everything she does. She has a plan. Great, great quality to have in this game. Wonder if she thinks she has too much angle to where she has to come up and down. She may. It looks like she wants to miss the 8 on the way up. Great shot. Bit more angle than I thought she had. I thought maybe she had a rolling angle to hold the position, but clearly that shot says otherwise. Angles can be a little deceiving on this table. I mean on this, well, this camera view really. I said that bad. Confident stroke there. Little short on the 9. Just tells you she's gonna have to accept a bit of a high angle on the 10. Don't see it super necessary to play a ton of right English here. You almost want to take your angle, I would imagine. Maybe a touch, but you don't want to compromise the pocket. These pockets play tight enough. Really just going more of just a high ball and taking her angle on the 10. I like that a lot. Playing that right ball. Playing that right ball really compromises that pocket. Though she's been playing well enough, she's favored to make these. Still tough. It's first game of the hot seat match. It's obviously pressure involved. Yeah, didn't leave it great. First look from Tony Circa so far. I believe she ran out that whole rack. I don't think we saw Tony shoot just yet. First look from Tony here. First shot at the table. Tough cut on the 10, especially in these pockets. See how he handles it. Oh, he overcut it. Yeah. Tell immediately off that cue ball. That ball's hard to overcut. I'll tell you what. Well, Jay got away with it. She's taking a good look at this. This 10 isn't extremely difficult. She really just has to hit the right quarter of the 10. She's just doing her footwork there. Oh, she missed the whole ball. Oh, it must have been thinner than I thought. Really tried to thin that ball. Uh, really looked different from my side. Obviously it was thinner than it looked. Really thought she could come off maybe a quarter of the right side of that ball and be just fine, but must have had to come across that one very thin. Of course, there's a lot of pressure involved. Can't discount that idea. And nothing doing there. Like Jay shot. From this angle, it looks like the 1 passes the 2 and the 3. Let's just take a look at it. As obviously tight. Probably trying to cheat that pocket a little bit there. Funny, I get to see this. So Peter downloaded this noise cancellation thing. That way you guys don't hear back in the past it sounded a little choppy from time to time, and sometimes you hear the music in the background, and when someone would talk to us, it would pick up some of their voice. But downloaded this thing, and it gives me stats on my voice. It'll tell me like your talk time over 6.5 hours you've been talking. You've talked 2 hours and 44 minutes and 3 seconds, and you've talked 42% of the time that you've been on the microphone. I'm sitting there like the most ridiculous thing ever. So when it goes up to like 43%, I'm like, oh, am I over talking? And then when it gets down to 41, I'm like, man, I'm slacking. I maintain a solid 42% here. Good save there by Tony. Is it going to leak out a little bit? Nope. Looks like you got coverage with the 6 and the 9. May be able to see just an edge of this ball. I don't think so. She may have to. No. May have to kick at it. Looks like she is. That'll work. Like I said, butter and ball in hand. Let's see how Tony's feeling. I haven't seen a ton of Tony's game thus far. But it seems like there's always one that sends that 10 ball towards the pocket a lot coming down the stretch. And I've seen Tony play a little bit, but wonder if that's even a consider. Nope, going with the conservative option. No caveman complex about him, like myself. I like to ride that cheddar around the table sometimes. Not not proud to admit it, but it happens sometimes. It's my blood pumping a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. That looks like Andrew just cleaned up a rack over there. Andrew on 1, Tony Usick on 2. That's a 6-6 race back there. Really 6-6 races all around at this point. Looks like there's only gonna be a game spot when we get down to Max. And funny thing about Max, I think Tim told me he's not in the side pot, so all those big numbers I spew out about 2,000 for first and 800 for second and whatever for third. With Max is a little bit less. That's the funny thing about not getting a side pots. Every time you don't buy yourself in the side pot, you go deep. It's just the rule of pool. Sorry to say it. Oh, very. What is he doing here? Is he playing a 2 off of the 10? Right. Interesting there. Good shot. Great shot there. 4 all the way down, scooting by the 6 to get on the 5 and hangs up the 5. Yep. It's always the easy shot after the hard one, isn't it? Never put an easy shot. You can never put a hard shot right next to an easy shot in this game, it seems like. Funny, there's some players like that. Make the bank on the 5, the carom on the 6, jump on the 7, make a long 8, combo the 9 or whatever, and then get down to the straight in 10 and dog it right into the rail. We've all been there. There's a bit of a science to it, though. Is when you make a shot like that, I find I have a bit of a theory to it. When you make a shot like that, sometimes your blood's pumping, your adrenaline's going, you're excited that you made the tough shot, and then you get in the shot in front of you, and find when your adrenaline's really pumping, it seems like your eyes dilate a little bit, and you have trouble keeping that backhand steady. So it's almost worth maybe taking that extra lap around the table and getting that heart rate under control and just breathing. Tony's looking for any kind of edge of the 6 he can see, or even maybe a gap between the 8-10 to go rail first. Oh, he's jumping at it. Got to keep the cue ball on the table from this distance. Shot there. Really good hit. I think Jake can see enough of the six to make it, but it's still a long shot on this table. Yeah, she's down on it pretty. He's peeking at it. He immediately got down on it. It would tell me that she could see it. Yeah, I think she can. Only problem is she's going to leave a lot of distance on the seven unless she chooses to come three rails around like that. A lot of discipline behind that shot, saying I don't want to compromise this pocket by hitting it too hard. I'm just going to leave myself. I'm going to rely on my ability to make the seven. Like that option. He got away with it a little bit there. I like Tony Serco a lot. I've talked to him a little bit. One of my favorite things about one of my favorite things about Tony too. He's a almost seems like a bit of a conspiracy theorist kind of guy. I mean, you get into it with him. Sometimes he'll get in the comments and they'll get into his conspiracy, and you sit there and you're like, "Oh my gosh, here we go." I love it. Oh, did he make it? Oh, he did. Oh no, my bad. His body was in the way, but yeah, he's a fun guy to talk to. Interesting character, man. That worked well. A little bit more distance than she'd prefer, but this will work as good as she's been hitting the ball. Shouldn't be too hard for her here. Great shot. Can she see the right side of that nine? Didn't give me anything with body language there. I think she can see it. It's just a bit of a stretch for her. Just bringing out the extension. Seems like all the cool kids got the extension nowadays. I need one in my bag. I've been I'm 6 foot tall. Now I've played a lot of bar box in my life, so I've never justified the purchase, but it's starting to get to the point that I need one in my bag. Great shot there. She missed a 10 earlier. Can't pretend like it's not lingering in the back of her mind a little bit, but see how she reacts to that adversity of that last missed 10. Great shot. Good comeback. 1-1. Jill in the chat. Go, come on, Tony. Hard for me to root for against any one of these players. I like them both. And Tony's been one of those guys. He's just been so, doing this commentary stuff. I don't know. He's just been overwhelmingly complimentary, I guess you could say about me and Peter's commentary. He's been so nice. Jay as well. She paid a pretty good compliment earlier. Gave me a little bit of beer money for doing it. I really appreciate her. Both stand up people and players. Oh, 10 ball dropped. Staying at the table. Now I could be wrong, but I'm 90% sure we have not seen a break and run on this table yet. But something to look out for. We saw one 3 foul, I believe, by Jay. I think she 3 fouled Max. And Max came with an incredible kick shot to not get 3 fouled the second time. That was a fun match to watch. Going with the safe. Is she going to lock him up on the 5? She sure is. What a great shot. As difficult as this table is playing, even though the balls all look available there, I wouldn't be surprised if Jay tries, and she's no stranger to doing it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tony misses this ball to see her maybe go for an attempt on a 3 foul. So if Tony misses this one, this would put him at 1, and she'd likely shoot the one by the 9-10 and put the cue ball on the 9-10 or something along those lines. No, move the 9-10, so maybe a change of strategy. She might choose to run them out now that balls are closer to pockets. We'll see. Yep, so ball in hand. Tony's on 1. Rearranged the furniture a little bit, made the safety tougher. So she may attempt to take this run out on. Got a good matchup going on in the background. Loser side, winner of that match plays Max. Andrew Cox, 15 years old from Silicon Valley. Silicon. I'm just gonna pretend it's called Silicon. I don't know. I ain't been there. And Tony Usyk has been practicing all week for this, all good part of 2 weeks for this event. Very fired up about it. A 2-2 over there, straight race to 6. Not going to see any handicaps moving forward until we get back to Max, which I believe will be the next match after these two tables. So the winner of that back table will probably play Max on this table here, and then I think we'll be down to one table from there. So good stuff. 5 left. 2 in the back, Max. The 2 playing for the hot seat in the front. Uh-oh, looks like Tim's dropping off some paper with me. Oh, snap. I agree. Oh, snap.
All righty, folks, ladies and gentlemen. It's the one and only Donkey here.
Look who's here.
Giving a little update. We're down to the final 5 players, and 2 of them are not in any side pots.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. So I know Tony Usyk definitely has to be in it. I imagine Andrews. I'm just gonna take it. Tony Circa?
Tony Circa's in all the side pots.
Okay.
Andrew's in all the side pots.
Okay.
Tony Usyk's in all the side pots. Max is in guaranteed 4th. He's not in any side pots.
I knew he wasn't.
And Jay is not in any side
Jay's
pots.
not in any side
Yes,
pots?
and I usually do buy her side pots, and she asked me, and I said no. And then when she won against Scott, or no, won against Max to get guaranteed 3rd, I walked up to Trace Kane and Tim Benali. Said, "Is this a good time to say I bought her side pots?" Just kidding. No, so it's pretty good. It's still going to pay 1,000 if they're not in any side pots. The side pots are going to pay 1,020.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. Jay shoots good enough, and I know
She never gets in the side pots.
Really?
Yeah, it's just something about her. Sometimes she'll get in one or something. She's not doing it for the money. That's the beauty of it. For some of
Yeah.
these players, they're really not doing it for the money. Yeah, it's a nice payday if you get in. Everything is $2,020. But if you get first, like she can win 1,000. Or same with Max. Max is our last player that's under 500 that made it into the cash, and
Tearing it up.
Yeah, he's going to get 6-3 from the last players. Everybody that's left are 540 and above. We got some good matches left in this tournament still going. You got Jay Suko against Tony Circo, who are really good friends, and a lot of times they play Scotch doubles together.
Oh yeah.
So this is a battle. They both want it. And after that match over there, you know what's going to come out. The check, which everybody wants.
Yeah.
No, just want to give a quick update on that and stuff and say thank you, Justin, for doing a great job again, as always. Hope everyone enjoys it.
Thank you, man.
Give you a little break for just a minute.
Too bad my boy Jesse left me. Where did he?
Well, where the hell is Peter?
I agree.
I think he's MIA.
Yeah, I think he.
I think he's a little butthurt because he went 2 and out.
Did he go 2 and out?
I'm not positive right this minute, but with the points he got, yes, it looks like. Points race is heating up too. You got Chris Baginski at first with 410. You got John Driver with 355, and you got Philip with 350. And I want to say Ralph Craig. Oh, I can't remember who's in fourth, but this is stop number 4. We have 4 more events. Next event is September 16th and 17th at Rio Rancho, New Mexico. At Slate Street Billiards.
It's Albuquerque.
Yes, Albuquerque.
5 miles outside of Albuquerque.
Yes. Really nice place. 9-footers, 9-ball on the 9-footers, big pockets. And we're looking forward to it. Hoping you can come, Justin. Bring the stream equipment and everything.
That'd be cool.
So, yeah, that's what we got for you. This is the hot seat match. We got a battle at 1-1.
Yeah.
Race to 6.
Tony's got to come with a good one here. This is.
So they're both. Someone just said that Jay's hitting the ball really good. Tony's hitting the ball really good. He's had a nice little break after going hill with Tony Usyk over there.
Oh yeah.
And then he does that as we're talking about it.
Yeah. No, it's without fail. Can't pay anyone a compliment. You just completely. Just throw that game away.
Well, I think you're talking too loud.
Yeah, right. They can hear it.
All right, another good shot by Jay, taking an opportunity away from Tony.
Yep. Well, looks like Jay going up 2-1. Got a good matchup in the back over there, 2-2.
Yeah, Tony started out 2-0, and Andrew's grinding it out. Been a really good event. 42 players in all. I believe we had 4 or 5 ladies, and Jay ended up taking top female for $60.
For all those pool playing complainers on that back table, why do you want to explain the 566 and your 560 and under tournament?
Well,
Tim? My gosh.
Yeah, I know. Everybody said that this is 560 and under, but if you buy a tour card, which everybody has to, but once you buy a tour card, you're grandfathered in up to a 570. Once you become a 571, you're no longer allowed to play.
So do you just lose tour card rights if you hit 571?
Once he hits 571, he cannot play. He can't play in the finale or anything until he drops to a 570. And that goes along for anybody that joins a tour. You must be 560 or under to join, and I keep the records when they join, what the date they joined, and what their Fargo was, because at the end of the tour, we're going to give away $250 to the most improved player in Fargo.
That's awesome.
So if they started as a 520 and they finish as a 566, and they gone up 26 points, and they're the front runner of it all, they'll get $250. I got it from last year from the Southwest Championship Tour. Duncan Weiss had started as a 573 and finished as a 600. So he went up 20 points within the tour season.
Yep.
And Angel Hernandez started as a 585 and finished as a 620. So he'd finished 35 points. Now, I didn't do it for everyone, but that got me thinking. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it for this season for the amateur tour and reward players for trying to get better instead of trying to sandbag.
Yeah, it's great to incentivize Fargo progression.
Well,
I
to trying
love
to
that.
incentivizing good play.
Yep.
But I don't know, just different things to try to create and keep it fun where people are still trying to do good and win money. Win the points, points race has been heating up. The beauty of it too is a lot of the top guys are probably not going to go to New Mexico, so that's going to give a couple of the players that are in like 10th place to jump up if they go out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Mike Keto. Mike Keto was in 4th place. That's who it was. So he has a chance to jump up because those top guys aren't going to be going. He's like 100 and something points behind them. But October is going to be the big one because it's 8-ball and it's double points. That's where everybody will get a chance to jump up in the points.
Oh yeah.
And everybody loves 8-ball. Then we end up having 16 players for the 500 and under qualifier today. So that's doing well. Jessica Derazinski is going to be playing Abel Signs for the hot seat.
Oh, Chewy's still in it?
Yeah.
All right, go Chewy. Go Jessica, yeah.
Winner will get an paid entrance fee to the October 7th and 8th 500 and under $500 entrance fee.
Do you know Abel and his brother Gabe?
I know Gabriel more than I know Abel.
Okay. Abel's he goes by Chewy a little bit. I mean, for the guys around him, but he's one of those guys. He always plays up. Believe it or not, he's
a 500.
Yeah, he's a 500. He always plays up. He likes to donate when he's got an extra 20, 40 bucks in his pocket. He'll always ask like Bobby Thomas, or you ask myself, or you ask a 600 plus player. It's like, hey, you want to play me a couple sets, and then on his way out of league on Monday at JJ's, he's always super cool about it, and then he always says, well, I learned this from you, I learned this from you, I learned this from you. He's gone
That's
up a
good.
few points. Not a lot of people know about him, but he's definitely one to keep your eyes on if you don't have him.
Gets in the tournament.
Yeah, if you don't have him favorite in your Fargo and you're not following the progression, he's one of those guys. He's creeping up there. Just a lot of players stay the same. He's one of those guys that's been moving up gradually and nobody knows about him.
Now, see, Michael Bennett, you say that, but then I get complained at when I don't yell at someone. They all say, well, it ain't no fun. You're not yelling at anybody. You guys, I can't win. I'm gonna quit. I give up.
I know. It's not a true tournament.
Yesterday, I had a dart player yelling at me over dumb stuff. Like, I just can't. I can't win.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, though, we enjoy it. We love it. I do.
Oh yeah,
I enjoy watching good pool and people try to get better.
Oh yeah. It's a bit of an unspoken rivalry between us dart and pool players. We know they're weird about their darts and us walking by them, and they know we're weird about pool and them walking by us, and yet we still get pissed off at each other when we do it.
I think it's the alcohol.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Product of our environment.
Yep, pretty much. So this is going to be a long race, huh? Well, for a Sunday afternoon, it's getting kind of busy in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, around 12, 1 o'clock, it really started to fill up in here. I know you had your 2 tournaments going on, but outside of that, it really seemed like there's people filling up at the bar and creeping in, playing on what are those Brunswicks back there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're playing tight over here, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to get out, and they're just struggling, so they're going to play safe.
Yeah. I've seen, they've played pretty conservative thus far.
The good thing about it, though, this whole tournament, no one has really got upset, and come up and say, "Oh, this player did this or this player did that." For the
You know
most
you're
part, it's
jinxing it, right? Now there has to be a full-out brawl in the semifinals or something.
yeah. Well, let's hoping we can get it streamed. But no, for the most part, it's been really smooth sailing. Everybody's been really cordial and had some really tight matches. Last night, Cornell Benali was down 5-0 to Brian Brown. Came back heel. Made I don't know which ball he made, but I happened to look over and he came around perfect. Got straighted on the 10 in the side pocket and then dogged it. Such a brutal, heartbreaking game.
Cornell dogged it.
Yeah,
Oh, brutal.
it's such a brutal game that we play.
Oh, it is. Stupid.
Sometimes it is.
It's easier on. Yeah.
It's a stupid game we try to have fun at.
Oh yeah.
That's what I try to say anymore.
It's
All you
easier.
can do is laugh.
Oh,
But
easier.
I say it shouldn't be this hard. For as long as we've been playing, it really shouldn't be this hard. But when you're trying to put a round object into a square hole,
It's true. It's very
things
true.
go weird.
Yeah, there's nothing symmetrical about this
Ooh,
stupid
look at
game.
that. That was a good kick shot, a good attempt. Left it a little weird.
Oh, yeah.
Tony, I think Tony might end up just slow rolling this cue ball up on behind the 6,
So
playing safe. I don't see him attacking this shot.
yeah, it's tough to get back in the 6 from there.
All right, I'm sorry, but I gotta go.
No.
The other tournament's calling.
Do
So,
your TD things, man.
again, thank you, Justin. Wow, he almost went for it. See, that's why you don't play it.
Yeah,
But anyways, thank you all, Justin,
Oh,
for
yeah.
doing this, and I hope you all enjoy it.
Sure.
We'll see y'all soon.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Help it.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, Tim ditching me over there. I think Tim's got so you seen it earlier, Tournament of Champions or qualifier. They have it's a cool thing they do. I believe it's something like a 500 and under or maybe 490 and under, something close to that. I want to say it's 500 and under, but it was last year. But he has a bunch of qualifiers for it, and then he does like a main event where you don't have to, if you win, you qualify for the main event, and then the main event, all the winners of all the tours, or all the winners of all the qualifiers get to play each other. They get a free entry. There is side pots that you can buy yourself in, but it's a really cool event, and they all the winners of the events play each other, and it's usually a streamed event. We'll see what happens this time around, but I particularly enjoyed it the last time. It was a lot of fun. That's happening to over on the bar boxes next to us. You got Abel playing gosh, I forgot who Tim said. Playing the finals over there. That's fun. At least supposed to. Tough shot coming off for Jake here. Good shot. Jay will likely loop this 9. She can't hold this cue ball, so she likely kind of overcut it a little bit and then come 2 rails around the 9. Oh, didn't want to run into it, but worked out really good. Almost better as now. Worked out almost better than as if she had come around it like she had intended, so. Good shot there. Good stun follow through there. Difficult to judge if you're not super experienced in that shot. It's all the good players have it in their bag, but difficult to master. Once you get it, you never forget it, but process of learning it. It's never easy. Oh, she hung it up. It's gonna bring Tony right back into it. Gonna tie this thing up 2-2. Once again, we're down to the final 5 in this tournament. You got the hot seat match in front of you. You got the loser side on the back. Far table over there. That far table over there, the winner of that is going to play Max Hood. And the winner of that will play the loser of this. That's when we'll be coming down to the final 3. So stay tuned for that. That's when things get really exciting. That's when check comes out. I imagine after that match on the back table, we're going to go down to 1 table. Tim may likely put up the check if that table is available, and be a lot of fun. Let's see what happens over there. Andrew's up 4-2 on the back table. It's decent break there, but Tony's looking at a 5-10 combo over there. If he hits this well, he could put himself right back in the match at 3-4. Oh, missed it. And left a 5. Pretty straight on the 5. Gonna be got some work left to get back to the 6. So back to the front table here. Jay shooting the 1, trying to draw, come up and down. Maybe even twice with the cue ball. Yeah. I haven't heard from anybody in the comments in a little while. Who's everyone got this match? I want to hear it. Jay is not in the side pots. Tony Circa is. Winner if you're in everything is $2,000. If you're not in everything, I think it's close to $1,000. Kit says he's rooting for the kid over on the far table playing Tony. Looks like Tony on the back table's got ball in hand with the 4-ball out. Like I said before, there's no such thing as a guaranteed out on these tables, so we'll see if he can capitalize. That was a really good hit there by Tony. I think he knew he couldn't come straight into that 1, so he went 2 rails behind it, kicked it up. Actually had a pretty good opportunity to get safe if he hit it a touch fuller, but I think that may have been all he could get out of that shot. Oh, Tony scratched on the 9. Made the 9 and scratched. That's going to put Andrew on the hill. Assuming he makes this 10-ball here. Brutal roll over there. Robert Cox says, rooting for my son. Did they already do the raffle? That's a good question. I'm not sure about the raffle. I just got here today. They did it yesterday. I completely missed it. A miscue from Jay there. Robert, your son's been playing very well. Looks really good over the ball. Making some of these guys that have been playing this game for 30 years look like they've never picked up a cue before. It's fun to watch. Good shot there from Jay. Wonder if she's got the angle to just roll this ball forward and hold the angle. We've seen her let the cue ball loose a little bit from time to time. Do it here. Trying to shoot the gap. I think she was trying to leave the four for the side, maybe. Overran it a little, I imagine. Robert Cox says I'm super proud of him. That's super cool. He's playing. He's want to forecast anything just yet. A lot of funny things happen on these tables, and Tony is no joke over there. But the way he's playing, I think he's got a good as chance as anybody does. But Jill Watson, this is the life. Got dinner going in the kitchen, chilling here with you, rooting for two Tonys on one screen, and sweating my horse Billy Thorpe and Kim playing Scotch against Sky and Savannah on another screen. That does sound like the life. That is not a bad way to spend a Sunday afternoon, if you ask me. Hey, it's playing like she's trying to win a tournament or something. She looks really good out there. Obviously, this table here makes everyone look mortal, but if you haven't played on it, it's an absolutely ridiculous table. Uh, it's like a circus table, to be honest with you. Oh my gosh, did you just see that shot on the back table over there? Andrew shot at the corner, missed it. Five ball comes up and down the table across 9 feet both ways and goes in the same pocket he called. That is that's so crazy. Oh, and then hangs up to six. I can't be too upset about that. You just got a bit of a roll there. Obviously, you like to have closed that one out, but he's got a few games to play with. If that's not a testament to how tight these pockets are, I don't know what is. That ball goes on any other pocket in the country almost. Let's see that. See what Jay does here. You don't want to catch the point if you choose not to go rail first. You don't want to catch the point coming out. She hit it pretty good. She's gonna have a little bit of an angle on this 8. Those pocket hangers are always difficult. Looks like Tony putting himself back in it. That's gonna be 3. Race to 6 on that back table over there. Tony at 3. Andrew at 5. I've peeked over there a few times. It's really looked all Andrew up to this point. He's been playing very good over there. Got a bit of a conservative hot seat matchup going on here. I particularly enjoyed it. It's almost like a chess match in a sense. These Jay and Tony have played a very high percentage pool, not taking on a lot of low percentage shots. Almost taking on the highest percentage play every time at the plate, really. Can't blame them on this table. If we're streaming another table, I think you see a little bit more firepower. You see a little bit more cue ball movement, but here it's a bit more of a defensive battle. He got away with that one a little bit. That's really tough cut if Tony chooses to take it on. It's a lot of distance to a tiny hole. What's up, Oz? How you doing, bro? I'm just never gonna live that one down, am I? It was my first time, man. Or maybe my second time. I don't remember. Bit of a running joke with Oz. I guess I better fill you guys in if you read the comments, but Oz Avila said, "What's up, Mr. 100%?" The first, maybe the second time I did it. Now, I've only said 100% maybe 3 times in my life, but something about putting on the headphones changes you a little bit. And then the first or second time I did it, and I said, I mean, everything I said, I'm like, oh, she or he's got this 100%. That safe was 100%. This was 100%. I said it maybe 246 times, give or take 10 each way, but no, it was, I went back and listened to it and it was absolutely ridiculous, but Oz pointed it out and he's giving me a hard time. But we live and grow, man. We're better now. I probably haven't said it once since I'm so self-conscious about it. Very common theme among the players left, always choosing to leave distance when available. Not going for the little ticky safes, the little slow rolling safes, really just trying to create separation and forcing your opponent to hit a difficult shot. And tell you what, if you're watching that table on the backside over there, that Jay hit that one a little full. Imagine she was trying to take that one on just the way how natural the cue ball went from the 8 to the 9. I think she was going for that one. You're watching that table on the back. Andrew's got a pretty good chance to run out from there. Got to hit a difficult shot. This 8 down the rail. Probably is one good shot away from winning that over there. Tony's a tough competitor. It'd be a huge win for Andrew. One good shot. Cue ball back and forth. Oh, he hit it perfect. That's going to do it. Andrew taking down Tony Usyk 6-3. Congratulations, Andrew, the 15-year-old from Silicon Valley. What a great match. Good Good sportsmanship from Tony there. Very obviously upset that he's lost, but looked very happy for Andrew. It's good to see. Thanks, Kit. Yeah, probably. I don't even go back and watch them anymore. It's always something new. A bit of a difficult back cut here for Jay. This is where we've seen a lot of players run into trouble. These have rattled up a lot today. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we've seen a lot today. All the other tables seem to be more receptive to that ball, obviously. I'm just messing around, kid. We love you down here. Thank you, man. Oh, congratulations, Andrew. Robert, if you're still in the chat, congratulations. Your son taking it down. He's gonna play. Looks like he's gonna play Max Hood. Max Hood's only a 422, so I think he's the one that knocked him to the backside. So he's gonna have his hands full a little bit over there, overcoming some weight. Probably a 6'3" race. Definitely a 6'3" race. So he's got work. But I didn't notice until Jesse Guerrero said it, but styles between Tony and Jack are pretty similar. And sometimes brothers and sisters, I will say, sometimes you get a bit of contrasting styles. Sometimes you got the aggressive one, sometimes you got the route planner, sometimes you got this, sometimes you got that. Both a bit methodical and conservative in their approach. Like watching both of them. Really like watching all of them play. Tony can only see the left side of this one. He cannot see only really the left edge of this one. He cannot see the full one. He can see the left half of it almost. Not enough to, yeah. You can see the left half of it. Imagine he's going to use it to bring his cue ball down there by the 5-6. Oh, that one hurts. Yes, sir. I don't know if you know this, Robert. We got a lot of fans out there pulling for Andrew. Seen a little bit in the comments, heard conversations just walking by. All of them pulling for the kid. Really effective safety there. It's gonna be extremely difficult for Tony to hit. And if he does not hit this one, there's almost there's 100% chance that I never say 100%. Well, oh my gosh, I did it, didn't I? No, but there's close to 100% chance that Jay will not play the one ball. She'll be playing safe on it. Unless Tony disrupts this 3-9 enough in an attempt to kick the 1, leaves the safe very difficult, then she will absolutely be playing safe next, trying to put Tony on 2 here, I believe. Right now, she's already playing. I promise you, she's already playing. And where am I going to play safe? That answered the question there. Cue ball's going up on the 3-9 somehow, and 1 ball's going up table. You don't want this 1 running. It's tough. Don't want this 1 running into the 10 because you might leave an easy 1-rail escape if you don't put the cue ball right on that 9. So you'd like the. I almost like going the other way by the side pocket, kind of, and then shooting the 1 kind of. Shoot the 1 just to the left of the side pocket, and then it kind of goes up there by the 5-6, and then you put the cue ball on the 9-3. That leaves it very difficult. She's shooting it. They don't want to hit the 10 here. She just went off the left side of the 1. That'll work. Semi-effective, but she could have taken away a few more options there had she gone in. Oh, she's saying 2. You know what? No, that was my bad. I missed the fact that he was on 2 there. Almost like playing other way, getting on it. Could be the rack here. Like the 3 fouls in this. It's a good way to get a quick win, but she left a lot of distance between that cue and the 9, allowing him to jump. Oh, that'll do it. Good way to get herself back, tie this match up 3-3. Apologize, I missed it. I was kind of in between tables a little bit. Watching Andrew and Max's match over there and watching this match. Was on 2 fouls. I'd argue that Jay may have gotten away with that one a little bit. She really wanted that cue ball closer to that 3-9. Tony just didn't quite execute the jump there. We are down to the final 4. For those that are watching, you got the 2 on the loser side in the back and the 2 playing for the hot seat in the front. Loser of the front match plays the winner of the back match. So we'll be down to 1 table after that. Yep, nothing doing there. I don't think the 1 passes a 7. I think might see Tony try and take on this 1-7 combo only because it is the 1 ball and nobody's really ran out from the 1 ball. Like, really allow your opponent to take the ability to take control of the rack, but really hasn't come too much into play here. Going with the safe. Oh, that was a great cut there. Not easy to make that from that spot. Sometimes Jay makes Yeah, she made that look easier than it was. Great shot. 3 passes the 8 if she goes above the 3. Doesn't have to hold it for the side. Oh, using the 6 to stop the cue ball and shoot the 3 in the side. That'll work. Shot there, leaving an angle on the 4 to come out for the 5. A lot of players kind of roll that forward and then all of a sudden get straight on the 4, and they're like, how am I going to get on this 5? Of course, you got to make the 4. But, Andrew hung up a 10 over there. Looks like first game going to Max. In that 6-3 race. Max was a little, or not Max, I think Andrew was a little frustrated when he lost to Max the first time around. But in reality, I've watched him play all day. He really made a few late mistakes against Max to let him in the match. Wow, what a great shot by Jay there. But really made a few late mistakes to let Max in the match. First time he got knocked to the backside, and Max just cleaned up. Just capitalize on those mistakes. But other than that, everyone else that Andrew's played, he's done a good job of cleaning up. Tony's kicking at this ball. I don't think you can see the 5. Looks like he's kicking off the side rail. Oh no, he went 2 rails at it. I don't know if he, yeah, no matter if he called the side or not, but I think he got her with that shot. I don't think she can see the 5 at all. Great matchup here. Very appropriate for being Hill. Both players playing pretty well under the pressure. Even if she makes this 5, it's going to be difficult to get back for the 6. Even if she kicks this 5 in, you likely see a safe or a bank on the 6. Oh, it was all right. I'm going to step away for 10 seconds. My legs are getting numb. I'm going to step away for 10 seconds. I'll be right back. Uh, see you guys in a second. All right, I am back. A little bit of a trooper. Oh, Oni. Bit of a bit of my theory on a shot like that. Obviously, he was jacked up on the rail there, but my theory on that shot, it happens quite a bit. What ends up happening, I've had a couple of pros tell me this, is when you try to play a draw stroke or almost a stop shot, what generally ends up happening is you tighten up that back grip in an attempt to bring that cue ball back. When you do that, it raises your tip position half a tip or even maybe a whole tip, and in that case, at least a full tip, and follow that ball right in. I wonder if this is a stretch issue for Jay. I'm very surprised that she's taken. Yeah, it's got to be a stretching issue. I'm very surprised that this cue ball is so far away from the 8 here. You'd think she'd like to get the cue ball a little bit closer to the 8. Yeah, just like that. Just take the angle. Take a little bit more angle. And just to where you're a bit more comfortable reaching this ball. Utilize that side rail and come above the 9. Bit more of a high percentage pocket. Great shot there. She can just roll this in. She's not much of a roller of the cue ball. She might just come back and forth here, but she can just roll this in if she chooses to do so. It's something that I personally prefer. But judging by what I've seen from her, she may play a touch of left, or maybe just a straight high ball and come back where the cue ball is now. Keep the 10 in the same pocket. She's a little in between there. Kind of surprised by that one. I wonder if she was in between shots when she stroked it, or if she just overhit it a little bit. I'm not sure. Or underhit it. One or the other. This Jay's gotten herself in trouble a little bit in this hot seat match. She's left herself a few funny 10 balls and hung a few of them up. Really cost her a few games. She could this could have been a more of a lopsided match had she cleaned these up. Going with the safe. Really good speed on that 10. Watch this 10 just marry up on the rail. Great speed there. Really, really good. I like going for that shot because I hate money, but that's almost twice as effective. Left it tough, right back at you. This is the gamble you were willing to take when you left that 10 on the rail. The fact that she did not take on the last 10 tells me she won't take this one on. She's playing safe. Yeah, she may. She was lining up to the left side of that 10 there. Looking at all her options, she'd really like to play safe here if she can. But being a little closer to the 10, she might take on the cut. I went with the safe option there. You really need a good pace on the 10. She left it short. She left an available shot here. Oh, just missed it. Seen a lot of missed 10 balls in this set. Kind of gone both ways. This one's gonna put Jay up 4-3. Meanwhile, Andrews dug himself the same hole that he was in. Haven't paid too much attention to that back table, but Andrews put himself in the same position that put him on the backside in the first place. Andrews down 0-2, just like he was the first time I think he played him. Might have been 2-1, but I think it was 0-2. Or at least somewhere along those lines. I could be wrong, but no, he really wants that one over there. Nonetheless, Andrews played one heck of a tournament. We are down to the final four. The loser of that back table over there, table 12, I believe it is, will take home fourth. Very impressed with Andrews' timing in his break. Seems to come through the ball when seems to come through the cue ball when his cue reaches almost maximum speed. That transition through the cue ball, it's at its maximum pace. Avila, if you're still in the chat, your son paid me a really good compliment the other day, man. It meant a lot to me. I finished second in that player appreciation tournament. He sent me a little bit of a drawn out message on how well I played and how much fun it was to watch, and that I was playing at a high speed. I really appreciated that, man. Your son's a solid dude. Oscar Avila Jr. is one of my favorite people. A good hit there. Been unrewarded. For those that are tuning in and watching, hate to do it, but I always. Well, anyways, most of our presence is here on Facebook on AZ Pool 15. I think Tim shares it on his page, Donkey Pool Productions. However, we are trying to grow our platform over on YouTube on Donkey Pool Productions. It's a bit easier to go back and watch your matches, go back and watch, if your friends or your family are playing. Sometimes the Facebook algorithm matches get lost in time, so it may be worth subscribing to our YouTube channel, Donkey Pool Productions. We're trying to grow our platform. It's pretty new. I think we're a little over 100 people, maybe more, but if you have a little free time before or after, or maybe even during this match, if you want to give us a subscribe on YouTube. And we have all these events on there too, and sometimes we have some pretty cool stuff going on. We got the 650 and unders over there. We got the 560 and unders going on over there. Sometimes we have big tournaments in between, 100-player fields. Sometimes we even have some pretty cool pro matches going on over there. So maybe worth a subscribe if you're feeling up for it. But we are trying to grow the platform over there if you want to help us out. Again, that's Donkey Pool Productions on YouTube. Oh, made a mess of that 7-9. 7 doesn't look like it really has any pocket unless you're just right underneath it. Maybe it doesn't even go then. What kind of safety Jay can come up with here. Always opting for distance on these kinds of safes thus far versus trying to hide behind the ball all the time. She's really looking to create a lot of distance here. Maybe even use the 10-8. Quite get there, but left it long. Missed it. Meanwhile, this rack going on. Let's go ahead and peek over at that far table. Andrew. Like he's running the... Not 100% sure. Oh no, he left his case on the other side. He ran to go grab his case. I'm sure he's grabbing an extension. But meanwhile, if you look at that back table, Andrew's got a good chance to run out the last two balls to I'll rattle that one up, but has a chance to run out those last two balls to put himself on 2. Tied up 2-2. Remember, Max is on the hill. He only needs 3. Oh, snap. We bring
All right, everybody.
We're bringing in the
The
donkey.
donkey is back.
Right
So I
on.
did my research
Okay, hit me with it.
for everybody that wanted to know about why a 566 is playing.
I was just stirring the pot.
5, 16 under. I know. But our first tour event was April 29th, and Andrew was a 556. I keep record of it all.
Okay, so he's
He's
up
gone
10
up
points.
10 points in 4 months already. The kid's only 15 years old.
Oh, what a shot
Wow,
from
yeah.
Tony there.
Tony comes over to me. I can't make a ball. I said, what? It's only 4-3. You're still in it. Funny what the mind will do, or the game will do to the mind.
Oh yeah, specifically this table.
Oh yes,
It's not
it's a beautiful
forgiving.
table.
Yeah.
I've been telling a couple people this last week. This table here will tell you whether you're hitting center pocket or not.
Oh yeah.
But as everybody, oh, it's this, it's that. No, it's 4 1/8 inch pockets, and you got to hit center pocket to make it go in. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can get away with a 4.5 inch pocket and cheat a little bit.
Yep.
See if Jake can make this. She can get on the hill.
Yep.
She's been shooting pretty steady.
She's got a good chance.
She's a grinder. She doesn't give up. Oh, bump it out. I think
Yeah, she's got room there.
she hooked.
Might be a little straight, but she's got room.
Going at it like she's be able to get to the top rail and come down. It's hit it just a little much. Oh, gave Tony a little character builder.
Yep, yep, for sure.
What do you do here, Dustin?
Oh, I'm going down swinging.
Oh, he's going to bank it and probably play the 2-way.
Yeah, that's not
Let it
that's
down.
probably the right option, to be honest with you.
Use the 10 ball to block the 9
Yeah,
if he misses.
yeah, I like that a lot.
Oh, he hit that a lot weak.
Yep, hit it with his purse.
Give Jay another opportunity. His lack of confidence right now is hurting him.
Yeah,
He's still in it. He's still pucking them balls, but like you said, this table is brutal. You miss one shot that you know you're supposed to make, and now can't make anything.
yeah. Lack of confidence will show on this table.
But this is a true double elimination tournament, so whoever takes the hot seat here will have to get double dip. Once that match is done over there, we'll bring out the check. Again, we got four. We're down to 4 players. 2 players are in all the side pots, and the winner take all, and 2 players are not. Basically, a player can win the side pots without even having to win the tournament. Jay's not in any side pots, so if she takes the hot seat, whoever gets to her, but wouldn't it be funny if Max got there?
Oh gosh.
So them are in the finals.
Oh, could you imagine? Third
Third
place. Third
place
place gets all the side pots.
Yeah, third place will make like 1,500 and 1,300.
Yeah, you may have to hold off on writing that check for a while, Tim.
Oh yeah, I definitely will.
Well, did you see what's going on with Andrews? Max, he took an early 0-2. He was at an
Oh,
early
down
0-2
yeah, 2-0
deficit.
to Max. I guess he screwed up on the first game and then let Max with like 2 or 3 balls in the second game, and now he's on the grind.
Yeah, it's the same thing he did the first
But
time.
he's just still at it. He's steady. Like people are saying, he got a good composure, good tempo.
Oh yeah.
Hits the ball with confidence. Looks where you see there. He's using his cue stick to figure out where he wants to be for the 8 ball.
I like his
He
game a lot.
judges it pretty quickly. So whoever trained him did pretty well. His mother is sitting over there. You can't see her, but she's sitting over there at the bar watching.
Which one's his mom?
One in the burgundy
Okay.
over there. Real nice lady. I believe John Sanchez said they're from Silicon Valley area, but moved here now.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a great
Max.
kid.
Oh yeah. Max is a little funny on this 8. This cue ball heading away from the 9.
Max has been shooting him pretty solid. Hard part with Max is he had to borrow the money just to get into the tournament.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he didn't have his debit card, so he couldn't get money out of the bank. That's why he's not in any side pots. So that $50 would have cost him $1,000.
Oh, yeah, I could.
And I guess the people he borrowed from didn't have enough. He's asking the wrong people. Oh, don't do it.
Yeah.
Right, Jay got away with that. I think we're going to see a dogfight here.
Yeah. See what Andrew's got over there. Uh-oh. Hold on,
I think
cue
he's
ball.
going to get away with it.
Yeah, he is. He might get the coverage behind the 10.
Yep. Yeah, he's liking his chances now.
Uh-oh.
Tough though. Plays a lot of one pocket, so
Max has been playing a lot. I've been seeing him a lot more than I've ever seen him. I know he's played a lot on the east side, but I've seen him a lot more down
I was
here.
just explaining to someone else, doesn't play a lot of tournaments. He's more of a gambler. So
Used to the
that's kind
pressure.
of why his Fargo's so low. Do I think he's 500? No, but he wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you don't play a lot of tournaments, it's hard to get your Fargo to move up. You can improve in the game.
Brian Honaway says Max has been working with Mitch a bit.
Oh yeah, well there you go. That explains it. Good thing got away with it. Kind of watching 2 matches here. Jay's got a chance.
Mitch is like a rocket scientist when you talk to him about pool. He's a pool nerd. I
Well,
love it. I'm here for it. But
when it's what you do for a living,
oh yeah,
you kind of got to be. But
No.
that's why he's a good teacher,
oh yeah.
right? He can explain it well. People understand. Oh, hitting the ball solid.
Oh, Andrew clipped that 10 coming into the 8, giving
Oh
Max
boy.
ball in hand with 3 balls.
Yeah, I think Max get out. You're gonna see me disappear because I have to go pay out Andrew, and then yeah, if Max beats Andrew, Tony Circa will win the $30 side pot that pays 400, and that's $20 winner take all, which is $620.
That's
So
insane.
Tony is really hoping, even if he loses this match, he's hoping Max wins over there
Yep,
because
yep.
that's guaranteed $1,000 without having to do anything.
Max has got to come with it though.
Yeah, he's got to come with a shot here, but I like his odds and chances. There it
Oh, he
is.
drilled it. Watch him.
Oh, don't
Oh.
move. All right. So there you have it. I will be back after a while.
All right, sounds good, Tim. Congratulations, Andrew. I know he's gonna be a little bit upset about that result. Obviously, being upset that the same guy knocked him to the backside, knocked him out of the tournament. With that being said, he had one heck of a tournament. There's gonna be a lot of good to take away when the dust settles from this one. So, congratulations, Andrew. Sorry it worked out the way that it did, but you had one heck of a tournament and a tough field of players. Well, that leaves, and then there was three. Loser of this match will be playing, I believe it's Max. The winner will be sitting in the hot seat. Only one of these three players are in the side pots, like Tim was mentioning. Only Tony Circa. Whether he knows or not, he's got a little bit of cash in his back pocket already. Good stuff. That's a good shot there, but just got a little funny on the 8. Tony's praying for another look at this table. I think he'll get it here. She's looking at the back cut and the side. Very thin. Very, very thin. I don't think the table does it justice. She's got to cut this almost sideways. I wonder how much of that brings the corner pocket into play. Scratch. This could be huge for the hot seat. Sit in the finals. She's got a long one. Long 10. One good shot away from winning this rack. Go up 6-3 over Tony Circa, sitting in the finals. Let's see it, Jay. Oh, missed it. And she's going to leave it hanging. Oh, let Tony right back into. Oh, no, no, no. That cue ball, that 10 ball went right on the rail. As simple as this looks, this 10 ball is just beyond that point. He's got to cut this, and this cue ball's on the rail. Oh, he's got a little bit of a smile. He knows what this is. You got to hit that rail and the ball at the same time here. Can't play. You really can't play inside with the cue ball being on the rail. You just got to cut this just perfect. This is an easy sellout shot. Oh, he missed it. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Jay. Moving on to the finals. Tony's got to play. Looks like Tony's playing Max. So it's going to be a 5. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, guys. Tony playing Max for third, second on the backside. The winner of that has to double dip Jay sitting in the hot seat. Only Tony with this, only Tony in the side pot. So he's made a little bit of money already, whether he knows or not. But we got that to look forward to. So we'll see you here in about 5 minutes. We're going to keep the stream rolling. We're going to be down to 1 table for these last 2, maybe 3 matches if there's a double dip chance. But we'll see you guys soon. Stay tuned for Tony playing Max. Oh, shoot. I've been slacking a little bit. They told me they were going to give me like 10 minutes, and then I already started. Well, here we go. For third, second, got Max playing Tony. I think Max will be playing a 6-3 race from here on out if he moves beyond this match. Oh, I love it. Tim brought out the check. You can see it in the background. That's something that lingers among the player's peripheral vision. I can see that check in the background as they come closer to it. Bit of added pressure. Love that a lot. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch out, cue ball. Walked over there like it was never a doubt, but cue ball only needed a roll and a half. We got Mitch Ellerman in the building watching this match. I doubt I can do it, but maybe I can. Mitch is just such a nerd for the game and loves this game so much. I might be able to drag him in the booth for at least maybe half a match, maybe more. We'll see how that goes. But maybe in passing, I'll work him a little bit. That'll be fun. Mitch Ellerman, for those that don't know. Meanwhile, he's just hanging out otherwise. Oh, I'm sorry. I still had hot seat matchup. I'm gonna swap it over to semifinals. Pop up on your screen right now. Bam. Done. End it. So this is the semifinals. This is second, third. Once again, winner of this has to double dip Jay in the finals. Before you may have heard me talking about what a great shot there by Max, but before you may have heard me talking about uh a $2,000 check, but that was assuming somebody that got onto the side pot wins this tournament. But two of the three players that are left are not in the side pots. That includes Max and Jay sitting in the hot seat. So there is a chance that check is written out for a different amount. The only reason that Tim hasn't wrote out that check just yet. Oh, great shot there from Tony. That's going to put him on the board. 6-3. It's important. If you're giving up weight to Max, it's important to get those early games. Try to cut that handicap deficit in half, or not necessarily in half, but at least cut into it a little bit. Give yourself a bit of a chance. Sorry, brother. You take care, man. All right. Well, you know what? While this match is going on, Mitch is just staring me in the face over there watching this match. I'm gonna go over there and work him a little. I don't think I can get him in the booth. It's obviously he looks a little preoccupied with everything that's going on, but I'm gonna ask him, just say, hey, just in case you're bored, we're here. Everyone likes to hear from Mitch. So I'll be right back. 12 o'clock here. All right, man. I squeezed you in the booth. The biggest pool nerd in Arizona. How you doing, man?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. I appreciate the invitation as always.
Oh my gosh, people love you so much, man. I'm personally quite the fangirl. I'm not gonna
Wow.
lie.
I appreciate everybody because you know what? I'm just a Joe Schmo, so the fact that I can contribute and help elevate somebody's understanding on a pool table that we all love to play on, I'd be happy to do so. All right, so Max has them on two, or did I miss an inning as I was walking over?
I don't know. I was
He
just
tried to play safe. All right, this is a long tester. Gonna low roll it or hit it with a little bit of purpose. I think personally, rolling it in is good for cue ball control. A lot of people, depending on the table, he definitely looks like he's been playing with me too much. He one stroke that. But he did get safe. The four ball is a blocker.
he's been playing a lot of safes. I will say, Brian Honaway mentioned earlier, Max has been working with Mitch a bit. You got any background about Max that you've been working and maybe some improvements on, huh?
Honestly, like I try to help as many people as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Some people get a tidbit here and there because it's like a business card. Because if it works, then they might come to me for lessons, and I'm okay with that. But when I moved back here, Max was nice enough to sell me an old car at an incredibly good deal. So as a way
Oh,
of helping me out, I egregiously reciprocate the love and continue to help him anytime he has questions or whatnot.
oh, that's super cool, man.
So he's a good young man. We've both been through a lot, so we try to keep each other level-headed, and it's always fun. If you guys are ever at Main Street, see him. I call him Big Sexy. You know, he's the tall one behind the bar, hustling his butt off.
You were down there for a little bit, weren't you?
Yeah, I was down there for a couple months.
Okay.
And then I went on a pool playing charade, and now I'm in a downward spiral with my pool playing, but that's another subject. He made position. Okay. And if you guys can pay attention, I'm not nitpicking or pay attention. He'll hear me say this after the tournament concluded. He tends to jump up because he's so tall and he's kind of like a puppy that heard a treat. He's excited to see the outcome. So he's not realizing that you still see it by being down there, down on the ball.
That's an interesting way of putting it. I love that.
But anybody that plays, like, see, Tony slowly ascended upwards as he's releasing the cue.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people kind of do that. Now, the biggest one that is most transparent is like the way I teach people how to break. So timing down on the ball, slow coming up. And it's almost the same time as he's pulling forward, so it helps his arm release and go forward to the necessary follow through that he's grown accustomed to. And everybody has these own small little niches. I know that, you know, I used to be Tony Circus size, and now I'm like the Michelin tire meat.
That's that's funny. We all
So,
know exactly the size. That's
perspectively, like my cue distribution, the way it sits in my hands and my body and my dominant eye, all come into an effect. And it's the reason I
here.
say that the more that I give lessons, the more of these obstacles I learn about people because I know I'm saying A plus B gets you to C, it works,
Mhm.
but we don't always see the same thing.
Now being left-handed, being left-handed, are you left-eye dominant?
I am, but
Okay.
actually I'm ambidextrous because I write right-handed.
Oh,
So
you know what?
my
You
my
told me
right
that.
hand
Yeah.
is more of my finesse, and my left hand is more of my power. Okay, so he overjuiced the cue ball there. He had good intentions, and if he'd have made the 7, he'd have been hooked on the 8. So maybe kind of a blessing in disguise because of the traveling from the 7 to the 8.
We've seen it a lot. I mean, playing that 7 down that rail at this pace on this table has rattled up more often than not. Got to hit that one really good. Don't get away with a lot on this table.
So that right there is the example of hitting it with top and making it follow, but it looked like he hit it half a ball. So that one is one that I watched specifically back when I was doing the Moscone Cup boot camps and stuff.
That's a thing?
Watching Double J, Jeremy Jones play and practice balls hanging in the pocket like that. And of course, I'm a little bit of a nerd, so I started
Oh yeah.
watching and absorbing as well. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people that take those shots for granted. Me, I call it like position play. It's that's the one pocket he's been practicing.
How about that, huh?
All right. And a lot of it is I call an object ball like a removable rail, like you're playing a kick shot off a ball, sending that cue ball into a certain pathway and reading how it responds.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard that put anywhere near those terms. That's interesting.
Okay, so a little bit of distance. It looked like he kind of got up in a hurry, but he left the 9 ball relatively close. We'll see Tony go from the 9 to the 10.
That ball here, you coming?
I like inside just for the premise of your cue ball is going with the angle of the 9. He overjuiced it. He would have had a difficult shot on the 10 ball. And now here's another one ball hanging out, little tight table. You're a little nervous. So it can be getting to you. So here you have to just trust the process. Like Michael Jordan said, he's like, I worked so hard in practice, so in gameplay it became easy.
Oh yeah. Tough to tough. This is a 6-3 race. Max is only going to 3 here.
And Tony's up 1.
Yep.
Way to stay down. What a shot. So now it's tied up at 1. Max needs 2 games to continue on to the finals.
Good stroke there by Max.
And
Confident stroke, I guess you could
I
say.
hope that, a lot of them, they can sit there and kind of like myself, they can go back and watch this. So that's the part that they need to be thankful that the tour is streaming so they can kind of evaluate and see some of their strong points and some of their weak points.
Oh, that's the part I love, and
So
that's why I love it when you're in here. Everybody,
I think the clarity that he'll have just from that 10 ball alone, where he's able to stay down that extra second and give the shot what I like to call the due respect. It
Yep.
might be easy to somebody, but even us pros, the second we disrespect it, it'll miss it, smile at us, and show us how little we are.
No, it's super. I mean, that's the awesome part about you being in the booth too, man. Everybody, all these players go back and watch these matches, unless they get completely blown out. I know, I know,
Good break.
know a few of them that get discouraged and don't want to go back and watch the matches that get blown out. Sometimes those are the ones you learn the most from, man.
I got skunked on a bar table my first set yesterday after I was undefeated by Joven, and I know what I messed up on. The same thing the time before. I did not break the balls well. Actually, no, that's not even an excuse because I didn't win a game the first set. The second set, I got beat 7-5. I played my cue ball. I was jumping up on 2 balls, taking them for granted because I was nervous. So I mean, it happens at every level. It's just I gotta stop spend the time creating excuses and spend more time hitting more balls. Nobody got better by hitting less balls.
Yeah, well, ain't that the truth?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Tell me I can't just get better by
N-
sitting on the sofa and watching other
No, I
people
mean,
play?
if we could all drink that water, I think we'd have done it by now.
I love that. Well, I gotta ask you, you obviously went out of town to play a little bit. How'd it go out there? I know you lost a match.
I got second.
You got second?
Yeah, I got double dipped by Joven in the final. He was stretched out. So a little bit added to Tony's shot. And the only reason I'm cutting off my story is because this is about pool content. Is he was stretched out. So just take from this, he gave himself ball in hand where he had to be stretched out, and that by stretching out, your tip now doesn't have adequate support. And you always want to make sure that that tip has adequate support. So you check your leg work first, even if you're stretched. That way you can swing your backhand, which conducts the pool cue. And then you obviously have your bridge hand that supports your tip position. See, he had a level heel stroke there. So he has a good transfer energy, cue ball to object ball. And then look at the appreciation he gets by pocketing the ball. Almost gin the bank, but he had cue ball separation. So, but yeah, to add to the Tucson trip, I definitely picked up on some things that I myself need to work on. So,
Oh, that's awesome. And I'm sure it's bittersweet, but
all right. So you got maybe a little bit of a two-way. Maybe he tried to cut it, or he was just happy to fall into a safe right there.
yeah, I've seen a lot today. Players have kind of opted to be a bit more on the defensive side on this table, kind of shying away from the long shots on this table or difficult cut shots, really.
Ooh, so now he's got him hooked and he has a full table, so he's going to kick at it, probably go just below the side pocket. Be able to hit it with a left. Yep, he's lined up for it. Now let's see if he hits good.
Oh, that was my bad.
Excellent hit, Max. Excellent hit. He read it well and then he executed.
Say Mitchell.
Yeah, no worries.
I saw
I don't-
that. That was so funny, man.
That's quite all right. Like I said, in my 37 years, it's not like it hasn't happened more than once. That was good cue ball. Good foresight. Just got a little fortunate with a 9. So he can make a legal hit here, but the choice of aggression, forcing yourself to shoot the 2-3 combo is probably there if you can hit enough of it. But definitely no give me, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So he hit it with the little inside. And we'll get a couple of innings here where somebody gains the position to start running a few like right now. So Tony, again, make sure your footing is well placed. So that way you can adequately step to the table and cue that cue ball appropriately. It sounds elementary or whatnot, but I'm telling you, these things all add up and we all forget them. Good shot, little low left. Ooh, he underhit it. So now he's hooked on the 3. But he can come to the bottom rail between the 10-8, kick at the 3 and get it up table. And then you have the 8, 9, 10 as blockers, depending how hard and what English, obviously. He's calling it up in the corner past the 5. So he's going to hit this firm with a little spin. This would be right hand spin to run toward the 3 ball. He hit it a little thick. The 8 ball was indeed a blocker, but I think as quickly as Max is getting down, he can see it effectively enough to pocket the ball.
Something you point out a lot. I think I think you point out a lot of as players that play a lot that haven't really had a lot of instruction. I think you point out a lot of things we do subconsciously but don't consciously understand why we do it, and you kind of solidify that or reassure us of why we're doing what we're doing. And then so I think
Good
for
shot.
oh yeah. But I think for you, you're able when you find yourself in, I don't want to say a slump, but you miss a couple balls, you can pinpoint exactly why you missed that shot. And then for us, it takes us a little bit longer of a road to get back into that natural habit of us pocketing balls because we don't know exactly what it was that we're doing a little bit different. It seems like what do you?
I feel like I've given so many lessons lately. All I do is look for what's wrong, forget to focus on what we've been doing right.
Yeah.
So, as to where I've been more critical of other people, I need to go back and be critical of myself, but not beating myself up in a sense of, oh my God, I'm helpless. But all right, just take your time and do the same thing. Trust the process. That's why, like the great Michael Jordan, he said, I trust my fundamentals and I work so hard in practice that way in a game it becomes easy. Well, also, here's the other thing is when he's practicing, most of the time it was by himself. He'd outwork the other guy just like Kobe did. They spent more time at the gym and they made sure that they were good. And that also is what elevate other guy might have stayed an extra hour when he would have left early normally, but maybe felt a little guilty and then been rewarded for it because of such.
Yeah, that's super cool. Seems like.
But again, that's just my perspective.
Oh yeah, no, it seems like all of successful athletes, almost all of them have kind of the same thing in common, really. Just
Yeah. All right, a little top left. Underhit it, but the fact that he's seeing the routes, and that's one thing again because I give a lot of lessons. This is coming from the man, the myth, the legend, also known AKA my father. May he rest. But one of the greatest things that he ever told me, he said, "Son, seeing the shot is the first part. Making it will come." Nice shot, good stroke.
wow.
And again, he doesn't have the dialogue or rapport to know that he hit it like King Kong, but he's enjoying learning the process. He's down on the ball. His eyes haven't left the 9 ball. He's engaged. He's going to get down and he's going to hit it again at this very second. He floated it. Got so close, but look, he'd had long, easier shot on the 10 ball. So he's slowly adding these bricks, so to speak, as the foundation to success. And that's what we all go through. It's the learning curve.
And so you're basically what you're referencing is you gotta learn the routes, recognize the problem, and the execution comes after through repetitive notions
Yeah,
over
well,
and over and over
look at
again, right?
the greatest game right now that's taking splurge in my life, like One Pocket. You don't learn some of the cool crap that you do in that game by not taking a chance. And then when you sit there and take a chance and you do it again, and you make a little adjustment, and then you do it again, and you make another little adjustment. Rotation, it's dictated on how you play because you have to go in order.
Yeah.
So your creativity in One Pocket allows you to sit there and be really, ooh, that one a little thick, and you notice that the hair second he jumped up, so his execution wasn't there. But like, yeah, your theory, it gets rewarded for being creative in One Pocket. And say, slot count, say you move like 5 balls, but it was the ball that you didn't think. Maybe it was the fourth ball moving that went instead of the fifth one. Okay, well, you chalk that up and maybe you learn on it and you can sit there and build on that. So, yeah, Michael, we're all still in school. Don't worry about it. So he hit that with good speed. Got center table. He's probably favored to make that. Hit it soft, float it in, good. All right, so he takes a 2-1 lead. It's 6-3 race.
What do you know? Have you seen anything from Tony Circo? What do you know about his game? Do you have any feedback or maybe positive feedback or what?
No, like I said, just right there, he made a good execution and he picked out, want to be center table.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have trouble following the ball, so it's able to
I get it. It's on their screen, but yeah.
a lot of it is being able, like I said, seeing the shot is the first part. Well, guess what? Pocketing the ball isn't just the shot. The cue ball is part of the shot too. So if you can't start predicting your cue ball, it's going to be a lot longer road to success because that is absolutely part of the shot.
Yeah.
And again, like I tell people, I want you to hit balls firm. And a lot of people will always come up while I'm practicing, oh, you're such a show off. You're such a show off. But really, it's more of the fact that I am working on my maximums. It's like you go to the gym and you do the maximum amount of weight. Ooh, you kind of turned your head there and he rushed it. But you want to sit there and build on that. So if I hit a ball firm, but I send the cue ball 4 rails afterwards, and then I shoot it again and I get to that 5th rail, well, guess what? Now I know that I can go 4 rails, have enough momentum to carry the cue ball through 2 balls and get a breakout. Right?
That's well, yeah.
So by understanding that you can get to a 5th rail, you can now send a 6-ounce object another foot, which means 6 ounces, a ball 2¼ inches diameter going through 4 inches. Mathematically, you can get an extra, you know, 2 to 3 ball links out of it because of how it would have went through the balls, right?
I swear to God, Mitch.
But
Why,
that's
why are
why
you
you
like
do it.
this, man?
But that's why I'm just trying to put it in a sense where you can digest it.
Yeah.
Some people might think, "Oh, you're a geek." Well, I'm just it's right there. It's an equation. I'm just helping you read it the way that I do.
Yeah, sorry, Duncan. We don't have any control of the score. I'll get with
Yeah,
I'll get
it
with
is.
Tony
It
after
is
this
2 to
one.
1. We assure you we're not slacking.
Has nothing to do with me. I'm gonna have Tony update the score real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. So it is 2 to 1. Ooh, he hit that one a little firm. But you know what? He hit his cue ball really good. Look at the position he had on the 3. So other than maybe the table playing a little tough in his nerves, I mean, he hit that ball really well. Went, tried to pump it in there. The table might have punished him, says hit it a little cleaner. And it really does, you know, it's great to see that because, again, like I told you guys just now, cue ball's part of the shot. Same thing. He made a tough shot, killed the cue ball, hit it with a touch of inside to make sure it came in a straight line. So now he's going to hit this one with top left. The cue ball's naturally going toward the 4 ball, so speed dictates, how well you're going to get on the 4. That was pretty good.
Yeah, stroke looked pretty
So
good
now
there.
he can shoot a stop shot, be straight in on the 5. But again, both these guys, really, ooh, up a little bit. Got to stay down.
Oh, look at Jack Circa in the background watching his brother, huh?
Oh yeah.
Love that. Duncan, yes. Whenever they update it on their phone, it updates on our score. We're like high tech now. Peter's kind of a tech nerd. And then Art says, not geek, Rain Man Mitch.
Thanks, Art.
Dude.
Yeah, definitely 188 toothpicks. That's an ongoing side joke.
Oh, Jesus.
But no, I mean, I was tired of not knowing when I was younger, so I took like a year or two to do some stuff and look like a mad scientist on a pool table. And I just forced it to make sense to me.
Yeah, I mentioned this to you
Ooh,
oh
he
my
jumped up
gosh.
again.
That
So
was not good there. But I mentioned this to you the first time that you stepped in the booth. I think maybe it's just me, but it may be a bit of a misconception. But just knowing you and how fast you process situations and how fast you shoot on the table, I think the general consensus is you're just full of firepower and you're so quick to really interpret situations like you do. And it's like I never took you as a pool nerd, and the more I got to know you, I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is Rain Man. He's like, he knows every element of this game.
yeah, well, honestly, I can attribute a lot to that to my older brother Tanner. My older brother Tanner was my greatest teacher,
Mm-hmm.
along with our father. We used to get dropped off at the rec center while my dad would go do an 8-hour shift, and it would turn into we didn't play a race, we played races to 21. or bragging rights for the day,
Oh
or
my
who had to do each
gosh.
other's laundry, or who had to, yeah, like who got the extra slice of pizza. Oh, it's bad. And my brother used to beat me to tears. I'd be sitting there crying at the community center. My dad say, "Suck it up." And he said, "This is the only time you can swear at one another because you're being competitive. There are no friends, there are no family on a pool table." And I was like, "All right."
I love that.
So being the youngest one, I got picked on the most. And I'll tell you what, I started picking back when I turned about 16. But yeah, he was my greatest Scotch partner, kind of like you and your brother.
Oh yeah.
Um, we used to play that. So like they had a Pappy's tournament back in the day. Oh, good shot.
Oh, I looked
Way
really
to
good
go.
over that
Good
ball.
speed. Yeah, they used to have a monthly Scotch doubles with the old Arizona ratings, and it was like an 18 and under, so a 10 and an 8 can play together.
Okay.
My brother and I, we were a 7 and an 8. Man, we used to play quick. Holy shnikes, that stuff was fun. I wish they'd bring back tournaments like that. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's super
And you
cool,
get
man.
some of the best players in the state to come out. All right. He's really, really being delicate with that cue ball. It's nice to see. It's helping his ball pocketing. He's just being very meticulous on this 10 ball to get up 3-1. But you see, like, even no matter what level, you pay attention to detail like this, it helps you immensely. I like the way that he's being committed to each ball.
Yeah, he's playing like he's trying to win or something, Mitch. You
So he
know.
takes a lead 3-1. Um,
I said it on stream before I went and got you. I'm like, this is a huge long shot here, but I just see Mitch in the building. I'm gonna go shake him down a little bit, see if I can get him in for half a match or so. It's super cool that you do it, man. We appreciate you.
Nah, I appreciate you guys, man. This Arizona pool community and to the eons, everybody it's a balancing act. Any way I can try and give back. I know it's not as sought after as like golf or something, but any way I
Wow.
can try and give back, I do.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I appreciate all you pros that come in and give us the time of day, man. It's the best.
Not a bad break. The separation. A little bit of a long shot on the one.
Not a lot of power on that break. Is that a timing thing, or you think he just let off on that one a little?
I think he let off on it. Looks like he might even have like a heavier break cue because he didn't look like he was swinging it very quickly. For a good practice stroke. Man, he's really so close to his next spot for his game. I'm excited for him.
That's really cool.
Just knowing that I've worked with him a lot. It's his clarity on his improvements are so much. Way he goes through the ball, his practice strokes are simulating the final stroke. And what I mean by that is the tempo that you're thinking about hitting that final stroke, the way you execute the ball. If you practice stroke, that way it's like a crescendo, like a music note. You can accelerate, slowly
Did you
get
say that
bigger.
again? Crescendo?
Yeah, crescendo, like
That's a
the
big word,
volume.
bro.
Yeah. Don't ask me to spell it,
No,
but
I love
it's
that.
music term, but as it slowly grows as you're getting ready to accelerate through your arm, it's built up to that suspense that you've created, and it makes it easier to be more accurate.
Well, what are you doing today, man? Did you come in looking for some action, or you
No,
just
I
peeking at what's going
I
on?
literally just drove back from Tucson after
Oh,
Joven
really?
was nice enough to pop the bubble that my head was growing, and he says, "Nope, practice more."
Is that what he said?
No, but I'm
Oh,
just
God.
attributing it to the way he
Oh,
treated me on the bar table.
oh, Jesus.
Ooh, hung up the deuce, and that 3-8 looks like it's wired to go as well. So you just play the cue ball out of there with a little draw.
You think so? The 3/8 wire?
I
You
think
looking at
so.
this? Looking at this
Oh
here?
yeah, no, looking at
Looks
the
a
screen,
little
it looks like
high.
it's not.
Looked like it on the table, but
The way he hit the two ball, he was hoping his cue ball was going to come out and disrupt him. So yeah, it looks like it doesn't. But knowing when you're above it like this, that like inertia or induced throw, you can throw that 8 ball downward into. So I would have hit it soft with top left, like you'll see here. I think it might go. He hit it a little firm and they weren't froze, so it did not throw in. He's gonna get fortunate. Leave him froze up to the 9. Looks like the 8-10's blocking the right side of it, so Tony's gonna have a kick here. Already measuring and sighting it.
Regardless of what happens, Max has made one heck of a run in a tough field of players. It's a 560 and under event. It's a
Absolutely.
422. Tells you he's been putting in time, man. Or he's at least
Well,
playing well.
Here's one thing that goes universal across the board to anybody I've worked with, or even I haven't worked with. If you put in the time, the biggest recognition of improvement is not going to be by you yourself. It's going to be by other people you play against. Because you are going to be too busy with your nose to the grind, getting lost in the process.
Yeah.
At least you should be. You know, you're going to be paying attention to every inch of that cue ball, every crevice of the table it hits, every contact point, every spin that you put or shouldn't have put. You're going to pay attention to it. And the sooner you do that and get committed to it, the more you're going to improve.
It's kind of like a weight loss thing in a sense, you know. It's so marginal from day to day that you don't notice, and then all of a sudden you see someone you haven't seen in a month or 2 months or 3 months, and they're like, "Holy crap, you've lost a ton of weight, or you've done this, or you've done that." That's super cool, man.
Yeah, nobody's ever told me I've lost a lot of weight.
Stop it. Jesus, bitch.
But yeah, so he missed that cut shot, left him safe. Max has an easier kick shot where you go to the bottom cushion with a little bit of running English, kind of like Tony did last rack. Just get some separation. The cue comes up by the 8, 9, 10. He hit a little firm, try to get more movement, and that's just knowing what you don't know. So well, hopefully you guys, you're like the rest of us. Just you learn through watching pool.
Oh yeah.
And you see the softer and more delicate Tony's being, his accuracy is improving and going up on pocketing balls.
Yeah, and specifically on this table too. These pockets are not receptive to pace much at
Oh
all.
yeah, it's from Sweden. It's good and tight, yeah.
What did you just say?
I was just making a joke.
Oh
Yes,
my
it's a very tight table.
God. Swear to God, Mitch.
What a shot. Oh, a little long. All right, now let's see. He hit the 5 and it ended up tree topping him, or not tree topping him, but blocking him. So now you can go to the short rail first with English and play it as a kick. The cue ball comes down table, but Max is going behind it, just getting a separation. Oh, trick shot, side pocket. All right, so the 8, 9, or the 8, 10 are tied up, the 7, 9's tied up. So I think they're both going to take their time and kind of jockey for position until those balls are broken out. Good shot. But do you see how those long shots he steps up while he's swinging through?
Yeah, I mentioned it. You know, it's just a theory of
So-
mine. I mentioned it before. I find when you anticipate that you might miss on a difficult shot, you come up a lot more often than
Oh, yeah.
if you had an easier shot, obviously, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that just a natural human instinct?
I honestly think it's kind of the depth perception. Like people are excited and anticipating it,
Mm-hmm.
that they think the only way that they can see something is by being upright.
And that's just kind of a subconscious instinct us
Yeah.
humans have, right?
Yeah. Like people tend to I treat it like kind of like driving. You don't sit there and tilt your head to the side because you're not used to driving that way. You keep your head upright. You know that perception wise how close you are to the next lane to merge. You know, you don't turn it every time you're trying to get into the next lane.
Do these metaphors come naturally to you, or is this years of
I think I have a
thinking
degree
about
in
it?
talking smack. No, I totally kidding. I just try to put it into perspective because I've given so many lessons that a lot of people can relate to. Not everybody can relate to skydiving. Like me, I've never skydived, and I know that I'm about 10 pounds too heavy because you have to be under 250
that-
on the parameters.
Is that a
of the
real thing, or
parachute.
you're
I
just
think
messing
so.
around? Oh, okay.
But the fact that they jump in tandem, I don't know how accurate that is. Otherwise, I'd have gone skydiving by now, even though I'm terrified of heights. I am absolutely horrified
Oh,
of
it
heights.
sounds like you got to do it once
My
or twice.
brother,
Then, huh?
yeah, my brother tormented me a lot on the Ferris wheel when we were kids. I might be sharing a little too much info about me, but that's just random fact. Okay, so he's gonna thin the right side of it, play the cue ball down table. Now he could end up disrupting that 8-10. Okay, he did not. He hit it with right hand spin, got the 7 off the rail, left him a long tester. And I see Max playing a 6 backwards.
Hit that one a bit fuller than you think. You think that was part of his intention? I think he was trying to hit that a bit thinner there.
I agree. Good shot.
Oh, good
Brings
shot.
the 7 down by the 8. Now, not only that, but in doing so, because when he tries to reciprocate, or respond, I should say, there's an opportunity to disrupt the 10-8, which I think was Max's intent. So if he'd have got him hooked completely, he'd have had to kick at it, and then it would have disrupted that 10-8 at a very high possibility. Gonna float it, try and rest him behind. He tried. Now there's just separation. So, like, for a little bit more advanced players, look at the table like this. See how the 7 ball is just below where, like, the break spot would be?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look down at the mirror image, see where the 8-10 are about pin high, the same distance, but they're a little bit to the right. So he tried to spin that ball with the right. If you'd have hit that ball with just center ball, the mirror image, your cue ball would have come down and hit the 8-10 for a breakout. It would have gone short rail, long rail, and it would have been like, again, the removable kick. It leaves the 7 ball, it hits there at 1.5 outside the corner pocket. That's the halfway distance. Where's 1.5 back here? So on the way there, boom, there's your breakout.
So that's natural from where the cue ball was to come 2 rails into the 8-10.
Well, yeah, like reverse engineering this. So you see where the 7 was. The cue ball hits here. Where's the mirror image down here? So there's the halfway point, side pocket. It would have went before there, so that means it would have come in earlier here. And there's your breakout with just center ball. So you just learned something off of, an error, but you're learning to digest. All that info is right there. It's just how you dissect it. Jumped up a little bit.
It's like shooting that a little thinner and coming 2 rails under the 8.
I honestly think they're both elated that the 7's an easy shot because that means the next one's the 8-10 when they separate it.
Yeah.
Tony will slow roll this in. I don't see him getting crazy with the cue ball. And then he's looking at what he can do with the 8-10.
Yeah, I just from an amateur's perspective, I like to get my cue ball off the rail. I'd like to look at the 8-10 and see what my best opportunity to play safe is, but my cue ball has to at least be off the rail. So be a touch of pace, get it out to the middle of the table or somewhere where I want it.
Soft and left it hanging. So I know Max is going to attack. But now what he does with this to break it out. Rich, no, I haven't. But I hope for your sake she's not reading this.
Rich is a rookie.
So now it looks like the 8's a little bit higher than the 10. So Max might actually try to just pocket it.
Might be able to make it. Wow,
look at that. And he put a little juice on it. Oh, snap.
Oh, not bad for 422, Mitch.
I'm very happy for him. I just, one thing that we went over, and that's for anybody. I used to get it. My dad used to tell me whether it was a good shot or a bad shot, you got to forget it because there's still more work to do. So you can't pat yourself on the back because you still got to close out the rack. Ooh, he missed it. That English caught right behind the ball. So his translation of the shot was there, but obviously he didn't execute it. So it's very touchy when applying English, whether you have low deflection shafts or not.
Yeah, to touch into what you just said, so my interpretation has always been like when you hit a really good shot, sometimes you get that heart pumping because you made that really good shot. You got that adrenaline pumping a little bit. Sometimes your eyes dilate, maybe. And I've always found that taking that extra lap around the table, getting that heart rate
Back
down,
under control.
yeah, helps me out a ton. Is that a common thing
Everybody,
among you guys?
everybody. I can't speak for everybody, but I speak what works for me.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it is just how you think. I said this analogy probably 3 times this weekend. We all got two wolves inside of us, a good one and a bad one. How do you know which one wins? The one you feed more. So you can sit there and feed yourself good thoughts about pocketing this next ball. And naturally, yes, you take maybe an extra second or two to get the heart rate right. That's good. Soft stroke. His accuracy's up when he
You've been
finesses those
doing that.
balls, and so it's 4-1.
Yeah, you're right. Tony's been rolling those
Yeah.
balls very well.
Yeah, he knows himself. He wants to sit there and make sure he hit it delicate and as proper as possible.
See, somebody like you generally put a bit more of a what's up, man? You generally put a bit more of a confident stroke on a shot
Well,
like
do you know
that.
why a lot of pros do it? And I've found this out because I've dogged my brains out before too.
Well, I've always attributed it to like myself. I'll put a confident stroke on it because I'm more accurate with a bit more pace. I know rolling that ball, I lose 10% accuracy a little bit.
Well, I
So,
can't tell you how many times one of us have hit that ball soft and it rolls off or something,
oh yeah,
regardless of equipment or maybe a piece of chalks on the felt. So if you let it out there with the energy of like, oh, releasing like that sigh of relief, hitting it with that little bit of purpose, it alleviates some of the stress. So you're hitting that ball with a little bit more purpose, and you're like, yeah.
I love that, bitch.
Oh, you hit that break a little firmer. Safety gets a result. All right, pocketed a ball, got a shot at the one, little long, slow roll. 2 by the side pocket, 3 and 4 on opposite ends. Yeah.
Where's this cue ball headed on the slow roll? You think he can keep it above the 8, kind of?
I think, yeah, because it's percentage ball coverage. He's gonna hit this one stop. Nope, he made a liar out of me. You see what happens when you hit that? That was a good little punch stun, like a hair left, just below center, so it didn't quite draw, and it had the stun inertia on it. When it hit a ball, it reacted. Good shot, good execution. Slow roll it inside, give himself a little angle. Nope, what do I know? He went all the way down table. Ooh, just
Yeah.
missed it.
All right, here's a question that I think everyone knows the answer to, but me. But so pros tend to leave themselves, and my interpretation has always been pros like when they come down to the 9 or 10 ball, depending on what game they're playing, generally prefer the 9 ball. I mean, they generally prefer the cue ball above the 9 or the 10. Is that a peripheral thing, or is it to avoid the scratch, or both?
I'm sorry, say that again. I was distracted by
Oh
my
no.
phone.
Oh no. So you know how when you break and the 9 and the 10 usually stays in the racking area or stays on just
Yeah.
under the spot.
Yeah.
And pros almost always leave the cue ball above the 9 or the 10. Is that more of a because it's easier to see peripherally the opening of the pocket, or is it more because you're not going to scratch? Because obviously being under it makes you're shooting into a little bit of a blind pocket and
Well,
it's more
if
difficult.
you're shooting it down into the bottom two at the speed that we're talking about, there's only really 2 pockets in play. The bottom 2 corner pockets. You're shooting above and you let loose your stroke. That perception, side pockets get into play, 2 railers into the side pocket get into play, 3 rails in the corner, depending on how much emphasis you hit the ball. There's a lot more variables. So at least that's my interpretation.
See,
All
I've
right.
always thought it was like a peripheral thing. Like when you're down on the ball, you can see the opening of the pocket better, and
Yeah,
and it makes it a bit more.
No, you're right. I'm just going again personal stuff that I've thought of. I can't speak for every other pro. But my incentive is yes, I'd rather be shooting down into those pockets versus being a little bit under it.
Yeah, it's weird, and it seems like you get a little squirrely under it a lot quicker than being above it. You know, being above it, you have a little bit more room for error, but being
Yeah,
underneath it, that when that cue ball's going across the line of the 10 or the 9, it seems like it gets a lot more open.
good shot.
Oh, that was great. He's gonna leave it hanging.
Yeah, that works. Maybe a straight draw stroke like he did last rack on the 8 to the 9.
Would you
Is he
come
going
all the
rail
way
first?
around?
I like going rail first. Yeah. He actually got there, so now he can go back and forth, or side to side, I should say. A lot of people don't like that shot because it puts the 8, 9, and 10 into play. But again, it depends on the. He's hitting this with low, maybe a hair right or middle right. What a good shot! Oh, it's unfortunate it didn't fall, because then he likes the shot on the 6. I'm really impressed with the way he's been playing. It's good for him. But Tony just got able to figure it out. He's weighing his shots. You know, the last 3 balls, like this instant right here, 5 balls. 4 is back pocket. So this one again, removable rail. The 4 disappears. So just play your speed on the cue ball to the 6.
Removable rail. I kind of
So
get
like
what you're saying, but
so
can you
like
kind
you're
of explain that a
playing
little?
a kick shot off the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not as bouncy as a rail, it doesn't have the reaction, the rebound.
Yep.
But like if you have a little bit of angle, treat it as like a kick shot. Where would this cue ball be going? Because that rail is going to disappear. So now you're just playing the cue ball. That was a little longer shot. It looked like he might have jumped up for it as he was swinging through. That one might
Yeah.
have put the residue of right. That's why I always ask my students, because I read what that cue ball's doing. That cue ball had a little bit of side spin on it. So that way I can hold them accountable for how they hit it versus what they just showed me they hit it with. He hit that one with middle right. He's kind of rushing it. You know, he's a little angst. He hasn't won a game in 3 racks. But now there's 4 balls left. You know, this is in favor of Tony, especially taking the lead. But this is Max wins. It puts him on the hill. So then it's a 2-1 race.
Have you ever done any reading or maybe saw like I don't want to say sports psychologist, but someone that specializes in competitive
No, but I promise I'm open to it.
yeah. Well, no, I'm interested. At your level, I'm sure all things have come into consideration, right?
Yeah. Honestly, like I've spent more time quitting and digressing out of pool because I've always been willing to go back to work and whatnot. And I know that playing any game at a very high level, it's a balance of commitment and sacrifice. So you have to sacrifice a lot of things in order to play at a very high level. Um, Social circles, personal life. You know, you're always on the road. That was a good shot. Now when he slow rolls this one, got to be leery of, subconsciously he's thinking about, okay, don't leave it dangling in the pocket. So he might hit it with a little purpose, but then the cue ball might move the 10 and make the 10 difficult. So, like, the right way to shoot it is to slow roll it. And that's what he, okay, so he missed it at least decently. He would have had a good shot at the 10 ball and been straight in, diagonally into the corner. And he didn't leave Tony, an easy duck. So he's going to have to get ready and get his mind right to take a difficult shot on the 9 with a little bit of pace or from distance and be okay with it. Because that's where, you sit there and you either beat yourself up or you talk yourself into winning. He's going to thin this and leave separation. It'd be even better if the 10 gets in the middle of him. He hit that well. Hit it with a little bit of outside spin, went right into the 10. So Max has a chance to respond.
Do you think he hit it too full, just in a subconscious comfort to hit too much on the 9, or you think the deflection
I
hit the
think
9
the
too full?
deflection,
Yeah.
that's what he's missing out on is, learning how much his cue is actually deflecting when he's aiming it. So the thought process is there, the hand-eye coordination. Man, he hit that good. He stayed down on it too, just missed it. Oh no, it's gonna sit pretty. Yep. So Tony should make this now. I think he might slow roll it so it shoots the 10 into the bottom left-hand part of the screen, but now he just the ball around the table.
I don't know how dumb this is, but I'm going 3, almost 4 rails to shoot the 10 on the side, kind of
And the
just
same
left
side?
and the other side.
Oh wow.
I know. That's what I'm
You know
saying.
what? You know what? Depending on the table, that's actually not a bad route. But most people, yeah, see, they
Think-
okay, so he's got a long straight in, which he probably roll or hit it maybe. I'm thinking he hits it more than 25%. I would say he's been rolling them between 10 and 25%. I think this one might have a little more purpose. A little bit more purpose. Now remember, guys, that one had more speed. So as opposed to rolling him, you see how his accuracy. So he's a little nervous, and it's showing. That's perfectly natural.
Yeah, he's starting to see the finish line a little here, Mitch.
Yeah.
He's on
And,
4.
well, and a lot of people, they end up subconsciously steering. What I mean by that is their backhand almost tries to drive the cue to the contact point, even though they don't realize it's being a hindrance. Ooh, he was trying to thin that one in. Just missed it, but he made a legal hit. Just a little back cut tester, but I think got it.
That's something I realize I do a lot is I do steer the cue ball a little bit. Like I know I don't
We
I don't
all
con-
do it.
oh, yeah, well, it feels better now that you say it, but when I'm down on it, sometimes I subconsciously know I set up wrong, but consciously I'm like, this feels right.
Yeah,
And
you're
then
like,
all of a
I'll just
sudden I
jerk it in
feel
there.
my arms just jerk to the left and I hit it dead center pocket. I'm like, oh, okay,
What a shot.
that's what that was. It's really a weird deal that my conscious doesn't know what the heck my subconscious knows.
Yeah, but I mean, again, so it's also like that perception. You're like second guessing yourself. Oh shit, did it get in there? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and then you make sure it does, or at least think you do.
Yeah, but I think that also like I've seen players that can line up on a ball and blindfold themselves and shoot it right in the pocket. To me, it's like without my vision, I don't allow my arm to recreate where I know it should go, and it messes me up. It's something I know I personally have to work on quite a bit, but you know, you were showing Chuck the other day at Metro. He learned quite a few shots from that the other day, but you're showing him that he was really his tip position wasn't where it needed to be, and he was subconsciously steering his cue a lot, and he learned a lot from that. He's been talking about it ever since, really. But that's a lot of value to that.
Just try to fill in some blanks that people might overlook.
Oh yeah.
Um, there's really a lot to that can go into it. There's some things that people might say that'll blow my mind, but ooh, he hit that with a little bit of right, deflected the cue ball, and he's really feeling the heat right now.
Oh yeah.
But you know what? It's necessary because it spawns or it sprouts growth.
It also shows that you care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. There's a 500 and under qualifier over there for the Tournament of Champions. I'm curious. It was Abel and playing Jessica. I'm curious who won that one.
Oh, that's a good question. All right. Good follow through. How do you feel in the finish line? He might three balls a little bit of it. Oh, he's banking it. All right. Maybe that's to play his cue ball more. Gonna lag it in. All right. Max has a decent cut. How do you shoot this one with low outside or inside or center?
I'm much more comfortable with inside. I haven't practiced the shot enough with outside. I will say that. Outside, I tend to
So
I
pocket
don't
it
know
with
what I
low.
do. Hit it too full, hit it too thin, but I do one or the other very consistently.
You should aim it shooting to miss it with low left, and the miss will slowly throw into it, and you'll learn to catch it. What do you play with,
I play with 3-14-3.
and what kind of butt?
Oh, I have Mark Nelson just
Okay,
gave me
so
a
you
butt.
have a wood joint cue.
Yep.
So you have a 3-14-3 wood joint cue. It's going to deflect about 3/4 of an inch, so just under half the ball.
I swear to God, man.
So if you shoot to miss it by half a ball, your cue ball will slowly deflect into it, and I bet you swish it in like the first 2 tries. Just because your vocabulary and the way that you play, you'd be able to digest that and put it in within the first 2 or 3 shots. Get a little soft. Made sure. Okay, so now this Max doesn't hit this. It'll put him on 2.
How many dates whenever you get with a girl, how many dates does it take before you open up that repertoire of pool nerd?
It really depends on if they play or not. Because they could not play and not know a damn thing nor care a damn thing.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't really get into it then.
Oh yeah, but
But yeah, no, I live and learn pool geek, so they learn pretty quick. They're like, really, this is all
Oh,
you
I bet.
talk about? I'm like, no, I like music too. Um, so this will put Max on 2, and all the balls are spread out, so he might pocket the 4, play safe on the 5, but sure Max is very well aware that he's on 2. See what Tony decides to do here. And pocket at the 4 ball. He's got a small cut on the 5.
Like Tony's opting to try and go for the run out here. If he has a safe opportunity somewhere down the line, I'm sure he'll take it. But if he gets funny on a ball, I don't know how about that speed, huh, Mitch?
Little stop shot, yeah. But remember, this is what I said earlier. So this is a stretch for him actually. So we need to see if his leg work is going to be good to support that backhand. And this is a freebie, guys. So pick up on this and see if it attributes to the success of the shot. Hi, Kit. How are you, bud? So he hit it a little soft. And every time he hits that ball soft, he's accurate. So the cue didn't need to move a lot, which attributes to the success.
The 9 passes the 10. He's
Oh,
got a
yeah.
good chance here.
All right, now this one though, the cue ball slowly goes away from the 8, so he's gonna have a little bit of a tester. Slowly. Okay, so again, small cut. He'll hit this one soft,
Yep.
or maybe draw it.
Yeah, I think I'd personally draw it a little bit and
Well, like even if it's a small cut, if you shoot it as a stop shot, the cue ball only moves about 2 ball lengths to the right, so it's still a routine cut shot for players of our caliber. His went straight back, maybe over about 2 ball lengths, but more back. So he'll finesse this one in, and sitting next to him and seeing it, even though he's my friend, Max has nothing to be ashamed of. Playing very well for a player at his caliber, and he's got to walk away with his head high. Ooh, all right, take your time. This will actually make it hill.
yeah. Remember, Jay's sitting in the hot seat. The winner of this match is playing Jay. Does have to double dip her. She's been playing particularly well. Going to be a tough battle for any one of these
And
guys.
he sank it. We got hill action, folks.
So hear this, Mitch, if you haven't heard it already. Jay is not in the side pots. Max is not in the side pots, and Tony Circa is. So Tony's already made quite a bit of money, whether he knows it or not. He's already made quite a bit of money in third. He's made like first place money already.
Well, then I'd attribute that to a happy Sunday.
Well,
But
we got a hill battle here, huh? 5-2, 6-3 race. When it comes down to it, Tony had a good chance to win that one there.
We got Hill in the final this week.
All right. Let's get a break interpretation here, Mitch. What do you see here?
he likes breaking from the same side that I do.
Being left-handed, so I always thought being right-handed, you move the ball a little to the right, and being left-handed, you move the ball a little to the left. Is that a superstitious thing, or you've had more success one way?
I like it coming in from the right, so it's almost like again, I'm not a professional bowler, so don't shoot me or jaw jack me if I'm incorrect. Uh, I treat it almost like lining up my brake hand to the rack. So by moving my body to the right, my dominant eye and my brake hand line up to the rack specifically to where it's in better perspective. If I line up on the left, that perception, the rack seems so far to the right to me with my left eye. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So I'm putting it
such a
into better
nerd.
focus.
It's comical, man. I love it.
It's preference. I'm not saying it's guaranteed,
No,
loose sealed, FDA approved. Like, it's just what makes sense to me.
Swear to God, Mitch. No, I absolutely love it. It's just it's so beyond what us amateurs see or think that it's comical how far you've come and put an effort to learn what you have. It really is. It's beyond what we even think about. You're sitting there thinking about how the humidity in the room affected your last shot, and we're sitting there being like, the
No, that
waitress
like
took 7 minutes to come back and bring me my beer.
yeah, no. Some people might think I'm a lunatic for thinking that way.
No.
They're more welcome to that opinion as well. I believe it sometimes.
Jay Suko says, for the love of the game, the money is an incentive. That is very true. It's super cool that Tim was telling me that earlier. He said Jay doesn't do it for the money, she does it for the title. I love that a lot. I think that's the way the game should be played. I think Mitch can attest to it. There's not a ton of money in this game.
No, we have to play it because we love it, unfortunately. If I had the means to get paid like a top 200 golfer in the U.S., man, I'd love life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I already love life, but it would be a little bit more comfortable. Be a couple more prime rib dinners, that's for sure.
Is that your meat of choice, prime rib?
Not
a steak guy?
I like
Brisket?
animal carcass. I apologize to anybody that hates me for that, but yes, but it's things that also I get punished for them. So my gallbladder that needs to be removed so I can start playing hacky sack with it, and then I have diverticulitis. So there's certain things that punish me if I have too much of them.
Throwing a lot of health conditions at me, Mitch. What are you talking about, man?
Well, I mean, you guys can't see the insides of your body, so mine have apparently been punished by my diet of choice over the years. Also known as my body's a bitch. Pardon the expression. But
Oh my gosh.
it punishes me for eating too much of the things I like to indulge in. Good little
Oh
drop
my
shot.
God.
Got some shape there. He's holding his head a little higher, but he was able to tie it up, make that last 10 ball.
You got a line on that 8-9. How does that 8-9 sit?
I think it actually goes. But again, we never miss a ball from over here, guys, so take that with a grain of salt. Good freaking three-shot routine, good tempo, good execution.
You're fangirling out about Max's
Yeah.
fundamentals as you've worked with him, huh?
Yeah, I like seeing it when it comes together. I hope he goes back and he looks at the pros and the cons when he stays down and he sees the ball go and he goes, "You mean the whole time I could have been just staying down more and it would have gone?" Like have that whoa Shaggy moment. Yes, Christ, we definitely keep indulging. He tried to pump that sucker in there, man. And the 6 looks like it goes on the side, so I'm curious if Tony, feathers this one in or goes up and down table. Not a bad tempo. His cue ball got up and down. He had shape on the 6. It goes in the side, but now see if Max is able to capitalize on this hill game.
Now,
And
something I'd ask you if you think it's a factor, but I don't think you would tell me if it was or wasn't. But I think you're too humble of a guy. But I wonder if by me asking you to
Good
come in the
shot.
booth and commentate a little bit, I wonder if it's obviously in the back of their mind a little bit, and then maybe they're analyzing a little bit more than they generally would because they know they're going to go back and watch this and listen to your advice.
Ooh, we forced that one. Didn't take his time to walk over. No, I think that if they did listen, they would just hopefully take the knowledge and run with it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like we all
You
have
don't think it
YouTube.
changes the
Like
game plan at all?
the young man that was here earlier, was that you?
Andrew Cox.
Okay, so I know about when him and his mother had moved. I had met them at Gestures. That
Mhm.
kid is primarily self-taught all off of YouTube, so hats
Oh.
off to him.
Oh, he's great.
I think he's had like maybe mild tutors, but he is proof in the pudding that if you watch somebody do something correctly over and over and over again, that you can learn so quickly. And I just try and articulate some of the nuances that might get overlooked from being, an amateur to what professionals look at and might, omit certain times for whatever reason. He's looking at the 8-9. He's seeing which way throws it. He's computing, and let's see how he executes.
It's us mere mortals have to look at it and think about it. I know it comes natural to you, but
No,
This
because
is-
I still dog it. He actually threw it the wrong way. So Max has an 8. Ooh. I'm curious to see what he does.
so you're saying coming off the left side of the 8 threw the 9 ball better in that pocket, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because both balls are headed downwards. It
So you
would
need to
drag
throw it
that
to the
8
right,
ball with
yeah.
it.
They just missed that side pocket shot. He would have had a long shot to the corner pocket on the 9. Tony.
Tony's opted to play pretty conservative thus far. I mean, he may go for
He's
this.
calling a safe. He put his hand out to like initiate a safe.
I think being Hill, he's gonna make Max work for it a little bit. Don't want it to rub the 9.
Uh-oh. A long straight tester.
Yep.
Now this is where you're built. You take this shot and just pump it in there, and it gives you that little gust of angst you want to carry into the finals.
Yeah, Tim calls these character builders.
That's a fact. Keep your head down. He did. Look at the execution. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's all right. You know what? As long as they're not throws, he might be able to thin hit this sucker at Mach 2 in the side pocket. Which he tried. Oh, he did.
He did.
He didn't take care of his cue ball, but that comes with the learning process. So now he can. I love it. The breathing, looking at your contact point, find it, step into it.
As a
He's
pro,
gonna be committed.
do you even consider the overcut from here, or is that just
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's part of the learning process. He hit a little firm, got some. He's got Tony with a tester, and the way Tony has been hitting him very tentatively, it could be considered maybe dangling if he misses it. I don't think it's going to be hit hard enough to where he's going to leave me hooked.
I'm gonna go out on
He's
limb?
going safe.
Yeah.
He's just going to lag it down at the bottom rail, hit it straight on into the point before the side, and leave him on the bottom rail.
Speed control is everything here. Don't want to leave it short. Don't want to hit it too hard and leave it in the other
Yeah,
corner.
no, he hit it at a good speed. Max is going to have another opportunity. Has the chance to do it again, but he wants to go down swinging. As would I. I would not feel good knowing that I tried to get too perfect. And again, this is he tried to cut it and left them long.
Yeah, got it.
Now Tony's gonna go for this one.
I don't
Similar to
know,
that
man.
last one.
No, I've seen a lot of Tony play today. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if he went with the safe option here.
I'm swinging for it.
Oh yeah,
You can beat me.
me,
It's
me
fine.
too. I hate money. I absolutely hang this one up.
See, told you, stepping over, he's realizing it might not get too easier. Just because it's tough to thin either side and get safe. You know, you can't really thin the right side because then you worry about the scratch.
What about the half ball hit, side to side deal?
Yeah,
You're
but
afraid of leaving the bank?
if you're willing to do that, you might as well be willing to make it.
Yep, I agree. Like he's going for it, like you said. Gotta make it.
Ooh,
Oh, he drilled it. Watch
good,
out, cue ball.
good
Great
man.
shot.
Good match for both of them.
Wow.
See, and that just attributes to like if you spend more time committing to the moment, it comes to you. But thank you guys. I'm actually gonna nix out and go hit some dinner with some friends. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much,
the
Mitch.
finals
We
and good
really
luck to both
appreciate you,
players.
bro. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much, man.
Hey, the rest of you guys watching, hope you guys have a good evening.
All right, we are back. This is the finals. Tony Circa has to double dip Jay. Jay's been playing good all day long. Jay not in the side pots. Jay's or Tony is. And we're gonna ask Tony Circa to be as unbiased as possible, being his brother in the finals. First off, how proud of you are you of your brother here?
I am very proud. He's shooting great.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, what are you doing down here? Just coming out to support a little bit, or
Yeah,
what?
I came down to watch him. I saw he made it to day 2, and it's interesting he's playing Jay because they used to play a lot of Scotch doubles together.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they're friends.
Yeah, they they had a lot of success playing Scotch and won a bunch of tournaments.
So I guess you heard the breakdown as much as I did. So it looks like if Tony, on the off chance that Tony comes back and double dips Jay, he'll win $2,020. But as of right now, if he finishes second, he's guaranteed 1620. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it's all because Jay and
Mac?
Max did not get any of the side pods.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's unusual.
I like Tim told me earlier Jay doesn't generally get in the side pot. She does this for the love of the game. It has nothing to do with the money. That's a pretty admirable trait in my eyes.
Yeah,
But that being said, I tell everyone I'm like the day you don't get in the sides is the day that you win the tournament.
agreed. And everybody's different. Nope, nobody's way is better. I personally like to get into everything because nothing worse than like this. When you missed out on $1,000 because of a dollar side pot.
Oh yeah.
It happened.
I'm just uh I'm just a I'm all into charity, so I like going all in.
Yeah,
Give give my money to everyone. Your brother's playing particularly well, and something that Mitch mentioned a little bit, he said, when your brother tends to roll balls, he's been quite a bit more accurate than kind of forcing it with some pace. That's something maybe to look forward to or look at moving forward,
yeah, it's very true.
especially on this table.
Yeah,
These pockets
especially on
aren't
this table.
receptive to anything.
Right. I could always tell by how much he's moving, body movement. She gets up out of the shot, staying down.
Is
But
that something?
he got a new cue probably a month or so ago. I'm loving it. There's a little bit of that new equipment syndrome. Um, but he's been shooting. I can tell he's improved also, though.
So you're obviously closer to it than I am. How much clearly Tony's been working on his game a little bit. Has he been putting in the time, or is
No,
would
not
you
a,
consider this a little bit of a fluke?
considered a fluke. He can shoot. He hasn't been playing at all,
No kidding.
except for league. But they're pretty competitive in the league. In his league, like his whole team side bets $100 with each other for who gets the best record at the end of the season.
Oh, nice.
So, and he's won that a couple times. That's a nice bonus, like $500 at the end of the season, and then they get first place. So
Who does he play with during league?
Baginski and Ramirez and Machapa and used to be Jadora, but the team that they won the championship, like
Oh, that's super cool.
But I think the fact that they keep it competitive helps. I know he wants to win. It was a league.
Said a little bit earlier, this table does not have a sense of humor.
Yeah,
It wants to punish you in every way possible. That shot proven so. I'd like to think that shot goes on most tables around here. He had just barely caught the point coming into that pocket.
I mentioned to him yesterday, I said, we're going to plan on the pit table and make sure you lay the table correctly. Like a shot, don't go for it.
Yeah, he's been playing a bit more defensive than what we've been used to seeing over here. It's I'd argue it's a bit smart,
Yeah.
not taking on low percentage shots. He's been playing his fair share of safeties.
Just got to commit to the safety. I saw the one he did against Jay.
A little bit of a deceleration on that
Yeah.
one when it only went halfway up table and he was trying to play safe all the way down.
Yeah. Yeah, he is rolling balls well.
What's the shot here, Jack?
Yeah. Bank it.
You like the bank
Yeah.
here? Bringing the cue ball up table a bit, I'm sure.
Kind of do it with 1.5 speed.
See if you get that 10 ball down to the bottom rail or at least out of that
Like,
pocket.
yeah, halfway back over. If I doesn't look like the double crease. You might have to hit it hard with top inside. Got you. Double speed.
Looks like it's going in the pocket. He's gonna have a long shot on the 10 here.
Or option.
Well, it is an option, but let's be honest, we're all
Right.
he's a pool player, he's a
Right.
gambler.
If that was another diamond down, though, what would you do? And it was on the rail.
You know what?
If it was on the rail and it was
I
another
may
diamond, I'd
consider
say,
giving it
okay.
back.
It's the wrong shot, but I would.
I may even play safe if I do that. Might two rail it up to that top rail. Who let all these Asians in here? I see all these Asians around here, Dara and Steven.
And the Meerkats. Steven's got his new cue.
Oh, does he got a new one?
Yeah.
One of those guys thinking the new Q's gonna transform his game.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Same
just
Revo
kidding.
on it. But I wonder if they split. Tony happens to get the first one.
All right, bit of a personal question because I know you worked on Steven and Dara's table a little bit. So obviously they have 3-piece slate because I felt the seam in their table one time and they said they called you to come work on it. When you have a 3-piece slate like that, do you so obviously you shim it on the ends. Does during that long of a stretch, does the tables tend to lag a little bit, like almost bend a little bit over that long a stretch? Do you put reinforcements of shims underneath in the middle, or are you all on the outside?
Yeah, typically put them in the middle.
Because I think I had Justin Turner do one of mine, and I don't remember him putting shims in the middle. Maybe he did when I wasn't looking, but
You don't always need to, but typically those old Brunswicks, they do need a shim or two, or put playing cards underneath there before you put the slates on.
that's interesting. Does that usually take over time, like the stretch of slate there, or is that something that
No,
is
it doesn't stretch, but a lot of times the slates are not perfectly straight, or they may be warped, where you need a shim here, but over here you need a shim on the other slate.
Oh,
and it goes back and
never
forth.
thought about that. I've always assumed every single
But
piece of
because well,
big rock is perfectly level.
no, and the tough part is you can raise it, but you can't lower it. So you have a spot that's already too high. All you can do is raise the other one next to it.
Okay.
Or, thank you. Some people drill holes through it and pull it down.
Yes, Jill. Jack said meerkats. Oh, those guys are like my best friends.
Yeah.
Dara and Steven, they're
King Julian and Gasper.
you got some of the best one-liners in the game, by the way. I remember the first time well, not first time, but it was one of the last time he came into the booth. He had me cracking up the whole time, man.
Oh, that was fun. Was
You know what? I don't remember.
that score right? Is it 1-0, Jay?
Yep, 1-0. Remember, Tony does have to double dip Jay if he has a chance to win this thing, so could be in it for the long haul, but Jay's been playing particularly well, so anything can happen.
Yep.
Are you out, Steven?
Going
All right,
home.
brother. You take care, man. Meerkat.
Cricket's out.
Trying to use that big wall of balls, but you know, Tony can
Tony?
jump a little bit. How's his
Well,
jumping feels?
well, he's a little excited about his cue that he won in a raffle. Been wanting one for a long time. But we
He
tend
hasn't had
to
one?
argue about this though, because he likes to spear jump usually. Spearing it. That was cool.
Oh, so he's kind of a more of a dart guy?
Yeah, dart. He typically darts it. That was a good shot. And I don't ever dart it. I haven't done that since I remember when people would do that with their shafts in tournaments. Dart it with their shaft. It was allowed.
Yeah, I'll dart it when it's really close, but almost always kind of the overhand deal or whatever it's called. Oh,
Wow.
look at that. He got
Wow.
there. Great shot there. Just missed it. So is Tony conscious of the idea that he's won all the side pots yet?
I don't know. I've tried, it's funny. I tried to talk to him twice since I've been here, and
He's in the zone.
he's got earbuds on.
Oh yeah. So he's all in it. He may be under the impression that
He's currently not talking to me.
yeah. Well, getting this deep in the tournament, he's focused.
Yeah, I bet Tim told him.
Oh yeah.
That worked out nice.
There is a slight possibility out there that he doesn't know what's at play here. He's already guaranteed 1,600. Oh, a lot of movement there,
Yeah,
Jack.
I don't like the movement.
No. I'd argue is a bit fortunate
It's a
to.
bit dramatic.
You could say that. You could say that. He's got a long tester here.
Yeah.
This is to put him on the board, tie it up 1-1. Remember, this is only the first set. This is a true double elimination tournament. He's got to win 2 times in a row against Jay.
Get in.
Oh, he hit it
Nice job.
perfect.
Good cue ball.
Yeah, that cute. He grabbed that magic. He grabbed that template rack pretty quick. It was worth peeking at that
He didn't
cue
even want
ball.
to look at it. He just pretended it wasn't going. 1-1. Oh, Wolfie. What's up, Wolfie?
I'll tell you what, Jack. I've known Tony a little bit. Obviously, don't know him on the level that you do, but yeah, I mean, he's been more than complimentary about the streams and the commentary and all that good stuff. But something in particular that I've noticed about him this weekend is the intensity level is higher than I've ever seen in any of these events. And I don't know if it's a product of how far he's made it thus far, but he's got his headphones on. He doesn't know that there's anybody around him. He's got one task at hand, and that's win this tournament. It's super cool to see. What do you say to that?
I agree, and it's like you said. I've seen it for a couple months. He's a little bit more fired up. He talks about playing more. Before he would never even want to play, and to get out, play some Friday night tournament, chip tournaments lately. I don't know what it is, and I think it's partly that new equipment. Some a good friend of his had selling a cue, came with shafts, and it was a really good deal. Like the way it hits, we bought that, and then he won a raffle, which was another cue and a jump cue. Been wanting a jump cue for a while. So he's just been a little bit more fired up lately. I don't know why.
Hey, I love the passion. I love to see it.
Yeah.
Really cool to see out of him.
And I think also because he doesn't get out all the time to play, um, he tries to make it count.
Tony's giving you a look over there. I'm not sure what he's referencing, but
He just realized that mirror.
oh. He didn't even know you were in the building. That's how focused he is.
Got his earbuds in. He's listening to Yanni.
He's listening to what?
Yanni. I bet it's some kind of meditation stuff or film music.
Oh, is that what he's all about? Something to calm his nerves a little bit?
Probably.
I'm gonna have to get some info. Did you see it? So it was Jessica playing Abel in the finals of the 500 and under that's going on in the bar boxes right next to us. Did you see the winner of that?
I did not. I didn't know if it was still going but Jessica's sitting over there.
Yeah, she is.
And what is it, a qualifier for Vegas?
No, so it's a qualifier. So what Tim does, it's a really cool thing that Tim does. Tim does this event where he has a bunch of qualifiers for the main event where he runs a bunch of qualifiers and the winner of each qualifier gets to play the main event. And it's like 16 players get to play, and it's a bunch of added money that I think he takes money out of each qualifier, and then you get like a free entry. You have to pay your side pots for the final, or I mean for the main event, But at the end of his little 500 and under, I believe it's 500 and under, but at the end of his little 500 and under ordeal, the winner of each one plays each other, and the ton of added money from all the events combined, and you can buy your side pots, but I'm personally good friends with Abel, and I was curious how he did in the finals over there, but really cool deal that he does over there.
Yeah. Too hard. I like striping it and leaving the cue ball up there.
Getting that cue ball on the top
Yeah,
rail.
just leaving up on the top. Put the cue ball under a 10 here.
All right. Viewership's going up a little bit. Who does everyone got in the chat? Let's hear it. We got Tony Circa and Jay Suko. Tony has to double dip Jay. Who we pulling for out there? Let's hear it.
Tony.
Of course you're going for your brother.
Ooh, that was a good
Stop it.
shot right there.
That was a great shot. Brian Honaway says Hill. Kit says I'm hoping for a second set, then whoever earns it from there. Rich Haynes going for Tony. Bit of a split decision. It sounds like everybody's just going for a good match there, Jack.
Yep.
Myself, I would like a good match just to see the pressure put on Tony.
I wouldn't mind if Tony wins the first one and then they split. Everybody gets to go home. Everybody's happy.
You're one of those guys.
Well, they're good friends, so I wonder if they would split.
Ooh, how'd he hit it? Had to spin it a little to make that one. It's a little, whether it looked like it or not, it's a little bit of a baby swerve. And throw it in with some left. It will. That was a great shot there. Like a little back and forth with some left or bottom left there. No?
I don't hit that.
I think he's sticking to what he's comfortable with, rolling the cue ball a little bit.
Yep.
The more I get to watch this game, the more I pick up on. Kid. Hey, Justin, we can't all be young and have a ton of energy. Some of us have bedtime still. Yeah, whatever, man. I love this part of the event.
What?
Whoa. Well, left the 8 available. It's gonna be difficult for Jay to dig into this 8 ball to get back to the 9.
Yep. As long she's got no choice but to hit it hard with the top and try to go 2 rails.
Does she have that
You have
angle?
to float the shit out of it.
It's almost tracking towards the corner over
Oh,
there.
it definitely is. Oh, she did a smart shot. Hold it.
For those that don't know, we got Jack Circa in the booth. This is Tony Circa's brother. This is basically ideal. So awesome. Thanks for doing it, Jack. I know
you.
you were Wasn't sure what you had going on over there, but I went up to Tim and I'm like, hey, if you want to do it, but I'm like, how cool would it be if we had Jack Circa in the booth with his brother playing the finals? And he's like, oh, send it.
Oh, thank you. Anytime. Is she banking that or cutting it?
I mean, I'm going for the cut.
Yeah.
Let's see what she's got in mind here.
Yep.
Oh, hit it good.
Yeah.
Not everyone banks balls like straight back Jack. Sometimes us mere mortals just cut them.
That's a smart shot for sure.
Well, looks like Tony with a tiny bladder, or maybe just a little nervous. I can't tell. He's running to the restroom real quick. Generally, Tim writes out the check in the background. If you can see it, I know it's kind of blurry there in the background. I got to keep the camera focus on the table in front of us, but generally, Tim writes out the check in the background. Well, this time around, Jay is not in the side pot, so we don't have a definitive number that we can put on the check. Usually, when we're down to the finals and there's two people in the side pot, we can write out the check before we put the name on it. But yeah, that's a thing.
That's a thing.
Kit says, "Hey Jack, are you playing in a $2,000 added tournament Jeff is putting on in Springerville this coming weekend?"
This coming weekend?
That's what he says, man.
No, I'm playing in the 625.
Oh, yeah. See you there, bro. See you at the end.
See you there, bro.
Aren't you like a 629 or something like that?
I think.
Oh man.
The 28.
Who paid you?
Actually, I was 25, but I just won. Last week, I won 2 tournaments at Metro.
Oh, there you go.
2 weeks ago or something. It went up 3 things.
There you go, man.
But it was after I paid and
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know.
I'm a typical pool player. We got to look for excuses. That's going to scratch.
Yes, it is.
Oh, man, that is brutal.
It's kind of funny. Everybody at that tournament is the same, Fargo. They really are so close.
Yes, Brian Honaway. That is the $1,000 entry tournament. Drinking water over there, bro?
I am.
Man, one of those days, huh? Tough Saturday or what?
No, I always drink water.
Oh, those hydration guys.
Mm-hmm. True.
Jack's a lightweight. It's hilarious. Sorry, bro. I think I kicked your foot.
Don't touch me.
Need separate booths. One beer and he's jumping everything. That's hilarious. I'll tell you what, it looked like she hit that ball really well from here and then just rattled right up. She looked really good over that ball. Good transition, backstroke, four stroke. Looked good over it. 5 just rattled up. That's what this table will do to you. Oh, did he get in trouble? Yes, he did. One or two at this one. One?
I pretend like I'm trying to scratch and I just go a little top left. Pocket's in the way a little, isn't it?
That's exactly what it was, Hans.
I might have tried to go before the pocket. It's out of the pocket.
And sake of our sponsors, I'm going to go ahead and not speak about that response. That's hilarious.
I played with Brian on the East West. Yeah, that was a good time. Victorious. We had Justin, was it last year? You guys won?
Oh, the East Bristol? Yeah, we won last year.
The big upset.
The big upset, they call it. We just don't have the 640 players out here. The 630 player, like they just went down the Fargo list and went 643, 643, 642, 641, 640, and I'm like, and then to me, I went to Jose Gonzalez, and he's like, no, I can't play. And then Manny Luovano, he's like, no, I can't play. And then I went to other 620s, and they're like, no, I can't play. And then I was forced to go with 600s and 610s and all that. And everyone thought I was.
Got it done now.
Yeah, we got it done, but it was a difficult deficit that we were at. We were at an extreme Fargo disadvantage, and we ended up taking it home. Now I'm proud to announce our next captain, Jesse Guerrero. He
That's right.
so this year we need 2 players on the team. They changed the format a little bit. You need 2 players on each team that are under 600, and Jesse Guerrero is in the 590 range. So I thought it would just be perfect.
What is that range there? 6.
Well, they raised it to 650. It used to be 643, now it's 650.
To 6?
Oh, it's it's like 560 to 650 or something like that. But nobody around the 560 to 580 range gets nominated. But this year specifically, we need 2 players under well, not we, Jesse. I put it all in his hands. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it anymore. But he needs 2 players under 600, and him being one kind of took that out of the equation. I let him kind of formulate his own team above 600s. So I'm excited to see what he comes up with, and there's not a guy in the state that's going to work harder than Jesse. So I'm really excited about that. He's
Yeah, I actually had someone contact me on the west side. See if I was available.
Did you now?
I did. I don't live over there.
Yeah, you're almost on the where do you obviously you're east side, but where do you live?
North Phoenix, Desert Ridge.
Oh, so you may be available.
No, no, that's east. It's considered east side.
Oh yeah, where?
What is the 51 that divides it, or no,
you
no,
know
it's
what?
central.
There is a number. There is a number
Yeah,
that divides it,
32nd
but you're
Street.
close to it, so that's why they ask.
But here's the thing: there's people that like live on one side that play on the other side, and
Oh yeah.
I think that is illegal tender. That is not allowed. It shouldn't be allowed.
You know
Oh,
what?
whoa.
I agree with part of that. I think
Well,
I think if you live on the east side, but your main bar is Bullshooters.
Well, then there's other events for that. I'm here all the time and love bullshooters, but I can't fight my roots.
Yeah, whatever,
No,
bro.
no, I
You're
live
one of the bad guys.
I
I don't
live
want to
over
hear it.
there, and that's just the way it is. Then what's the whole point of like everybody can play on whatever side, regardless of where you live?
And why doesn't it look like Tony's playing a low ball here? Does he have a bad angle on this line?
It looks beautiful to just stop it.
Yeah.
Literally just stop it right there. But
Yeah. Even
and
draw
this
back
is
a
where I
couple
think
inches.
this is where I think if you walk around the table, if you walk over here and look at it on this side, you'll realize I can stop it right there.
He's going with a high ball like he's
Yeah.
going to shoot it in the side.
That is the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. Craziest shit. And that if you walk over here and look at it from this angle, you would have realized I could do a stop shot.
That was interesting. I really thought he would kind of try and stop that ball there. Or at least draw it back a couple inches.
I'll just stop it. I
Yep.
can tell from this angle, he fades off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
He fades off away from the tank.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of the wrong shot there, I imagine. Brian Honaway says, and I think Chuck's East versus West divider is 32nd Street. Which street are you on?
Tatum's like 430.
Oh, so you are a bad guy.
I'm 40th Street.
Oh, so you're just off of it. I'd like to stop a little sooner.
Slam banked that.
Yeah, I was about to ask you,
Stop it.
you smash bank this in, or you
Just
two
hit-
rail it up?
No, I hit it straight, hard, top shot.
I think
It
she
looks
can.
like it needs to be shortened just a little bit. So
Yeah.
just you hit it hard, top shot. Maybe touch inside.
Yeah, I like that too. I like a touch inside,
You can
bottom left, stop your key ball
think
right
you
there
can
and hit it with a lot of pace.
stick it at the speed.
She may go two rails up. Oh, she just went the one rail up. That works.
That was a good save.
Yeah, I think
Now he's going to think.
did he call a bank?
Yeah.
All right, let's see it.
Eric, huh?
Yeah, a little short. She's gonna be steep. Likely need an extension. She's already grabbed it. It's gonna be a bit of a reach.
If you hit that straight with top right, it will two rail. It looks like it actually just perfectly two rails up to the end rail.
Are you saying hitting it full on playing
At
safe?
the safety, yeah, it's
Okay.
safety. Two rail back up to the end rail.
You know what's funny? Looking at the table, it looks like this is easily cuttable, but looking at the screen, that's quite the steep cut.
Yeah, I don't like being raked out like that.
Yeah, you'd hate to hang it up.
I'd probably try to cut it. Oh,
Yeah,
table will do it too.
I think that's what you're talking about there. Gonna hang that one up. Gonna bring this one to 2-2.
Go stop shot. I don't know
I'll
why.
tell you what, Tony makes me nervous.
Yeah, why not
Why not just roll it on the right side or
Yeah.
stop it?
go off the rail? Yeah, it was deep, but yeah.
Score hasn't quite updated yet, but it is 2-2 in this race to 6 finals. Tony does have to double dip Jay. Oh, what an incredible break for a scratch.
Mm.
Made 3 balls on the break, including, well, 4 including the cue ball, I guess you could say.
Over's back.
I like that.
I almost don't mind following it, going 2 rails, and shooting the 7 on the side. Looks like it naturally goes there.
My immediate perception is to draw it, and I think that getting to the 8 is a little easier. You go on the side, maybe
Yeah.
get kind of a funny angle.
Oh gosh, yeah, that
Jeez.
could happen.
She just went with a high ball.
Yeah,
I think she's been burned a couple times trying to play that low right ball down that rail and rattling it up. I'm sure that was in the back of her head.
yeah, and because he's raked out, that shot. This is perfect. She can slow roll bank this 2-way shot.
Oh, behind the 9-10, assuming if she misses it, the
Yeah.
cue ball will be down there.
Yeah.
I like that.
Slow roll with a little bit of top right. Don't want to get the cue ball to the bottom rail there. But
Oh, yeah.
we don't want to go too far. Takes her. Good save.
Seems like Jay has been in control of this whole set. It was just that one mishap where she rattled that 10. She's been playing really well. Ah, he's gonna get away with it.
Yeah.
Sure is. Left it tough.
Soft? Oof.
Oh, she missed the whole ball,
Yeah.
and she freed up the 9, making it a bit more accessible.
Yep.
You like the 8 towards the corner where we're at,
Yeah.
and then the 9 in the side.
Just straight. Oh, he's gonna try to climb up.
I like utilizing that rail
Yeah,
there.
I do too.
It's a bit more comfortable for speed control.
He
Yeah.
put himself on the rail.
He'll be all right. He's
Yeah.
just got to roll
He's on
this,
the right
but
side of it.
he'll be all right. But it's just he might get this cue ball pretty close to the rail and get a little under the 10.
Stay down. Oh my goodness.
Never a doubt, Jack.
He used
Never
all
a
that
doubt.
pocket. Used all that pocket.
He's got to come with another one here.
Yeah.
Just put him up 3-2.
Stay.
Find some insight on this.
Don't need it. Oh, nice in the heart.
Yeah, pretty good shot. That's gonna put up Tony 3-2.
A lot of pool the past 2 days.
Yeah, fatigue is definitely not a factor. You a one pocket player, Jack?
I'd like to play the game. I do.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I want to learn it. I'm really, really, really bad. I feel like a good 520 that plays a lot of one pocket would beat me. I'm a 624 or something like that. And I think a good 520 that plays a lot, that knows all the good moves, would just mop the floor with me.
Well,
Like I can pocket balls on a more consistent basis, but I don't know all the moves.
yeah. And yeah, it's true. And probably some people that are lower rated that obsess with the game would beat you. But it's a funny game. You know, I think it's funny how you see some people's personalities. For example, I know some good rotation players, but they don't play the one pocket game correctly. They're really not.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they know the game, but they're not choosing the right shots. They're being aggressive. But I highly recommend the game to anyone. I think it.
You got away with it.
Yeah, good. And the combos are wired ish.
Chan Fan says you should try Adam. I think you're probably right. But thing is, I don't want to be separated
Ooh,
from my wallet.
ooh,
Oh,
ooh,
look
ooh,
at that.
ooh, ooh.
Did you see that, Safe Jeff?
Yes. I was lucky. Sure.
You have to teach me that one.
I think just playing the game, whether you can win or lose, beat someone, but if you play it long enough, it forces you to learn cue ball control, which is an asset in every game. It alleviates pressure to have to play offense when you can play up if you need to. So that's ball, man.
Yeah, didn't quite get there. Tony's not a cheese rider, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, is he?
but can you? Is it early tens?
There's early 10s for sure.
Oh,
I'm just saying, is that part of his game? I mean,
if
obviously on this table, it's tough to run these
the
out for
cheese
him.
is rideable, but it looks like he's not gonna. Now you think to yourself, I could have wrote the 10.
Yeah, I mean, you play it with a bit of pace, get that 10 ball out of there just in case you miss it. It may have been worth a risk. We haven't seen any runouts on this table. At least since I've been here, we really haven't seen any runouts on this table from the 1 or 2 ball.
No.
The table's playing extremely difficult. Thought maybe it was worth a risk. Oh, she left it available. 5 to the 6 poses to be the biggest problem.
There's a bunch of balls in front of the holes.
Yeah, yeah. 5 to the 6 and 6 to the 7. That's something to look out for. Beyond that, I don't see any problems. See, I like the angle where the cue ball's at right now. I wouldn't try to get straight on the 5. I'd just maybe even stop it right there or draw it back a couple inches.
I'd go to the rail and come off a little bit.
Now, that'll work.
I'd two rail it out with bottom left.
You like 2 rails?
Yeah, come between the 9-10.
I don't like putting the cue ball over by the 8. That's what he's looking at.
He's gonna go
I don't mind
come
the.
up short. Oh, no, he got it. Shot.
Oh, bet you didn't see that one, Jay.
No, but look,
That's a
straight.
touch more unnatural.
Oh, he's gonna have to try to do magic. Pull it back with bottom left. Grip it with bottom left. Oh, look at it! Look at it!
Whoa, whoa,
Slow
whoa.
down, baby.
Oh, a little extra emphasis on the left to get it down there. Hit it. I don't know. How steep is that?
Right there.
How steep is that, Jack? That looks steep.
Oh, I wouldn't pick at it.
Oh no, this is not the move here, Jack.
No, I don't make it. Pull it too. Oh my God, he made it.
Well, I guess if he can do that,
Oh
it
my
is the
gosh,
move.
made it.
He did make it. Oh my
Wow.
gosh. That
I wonder if you can stay on the inside of the 10 or if you have to go around it.
I think you got to go around it. You're cutting this 8 to the right.
You
I
can't
don't
put-
think you can
can't
roll
put
this.
anything on it. You
Put
just put top on it.
Yeah. Put some.
Ideally, you stay on the inside and make the 9 on the side. But I was a little soft. You know,
I look like he miscued on that one a little bit.
he did he came up off it.
Seen Jay shoot the shot a little bit. Looks, I would assume that she's just gonna one rail this to the top rail. Maybe use one of those, try and use one of those balls to hide her cue ball as a bonus. But the 8's going to the top rail to that second diamond. I do not think she's gonna take this on. What do you think, Jack?
Right. Yeah, I think I would try to 2 rail it to the diamond.
Yeah, I've said 2 rail a few times, and she's opted to go 1 rail, and she's done it effectively. So I think that. See, she might be going 2 rail since she's shacking up on it.
Or she tried 1.
She tried 1, but
Well, see, I like 2 rail because I'm comfortable with that shot. I know it. You know what I mean? If you
Oh,
don't know it, I understand why people don't do it because they don't know that shot. They're not comfortable with it.
pretty good shot there. Gotta come with it here, Jack. He's been rolling a lot of balls. I'd like a bottom right, come out to the side rail, but he's
can't
been
roll.
rolling these balls a
You roll
lot.
this one. You gotta spin it, don't you? Stop shot spin. Ooh, that was good.
Yeah, still came under the 10. That's
Yeah,
something that he doesn't.
He didn't. I don't think he wanted to, but he kind of just hit it. So
Yeah, kind of shying away from those
yeah,
those aggressive stroke shots, I guess you could say.
yeah. Better. He likes the corner better.
Left it tough.
Missed it good. Missed it good.
Yeah, this is one that
What do you do?
I'm just missing the side pocket. I'm banking the 2 to the bottom rail, and I'm zigzagging the cue ball a little bit. I can't quite get to the top. Can't quite get to the top rail with the cue ball, but I'm putting all my emphasis. I'm putting on the 10
It kind of
on the
does look
bottom
like you
diamond.
can shoot on the screen. It looks like it's not a hard back cut.
Oh, I know. The screen does not do this justice. She's much steeper than it looks on screen. You
Yeah.
really have to let her cue
But
ball
she's
loose.
looking like she's like. Yeah, on the screen, it looks like you can back cut that inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, on the screen it does. Looking at the table, it doesn't look like there's
Right. Looking at the table, it looks
one chance that she can make it on the side. So
like on
I'm
the table,
curious to
it
see.
looks like she's going a half a diamond off the rail.
You may bank it short, is what it almost seems like she's
But
looking
see
at.
how you got to cut it, the bank it one rail in the pocket, so that sends the cue ball at the side pocket. So you either got to bottom right and pull it outside, so you don't scratch.
Yeah,
If you're trying to bank it, even the safety banks are kind of hard because that side pocket.
nothing about this easy, but it's easy to rattle this if you take it on.
You're just going for the bank.
I imagine she's trying to bank it short. You're gonna bank it short, play it at a pace where it goes down to that. Oh no, she went all for the bank.
Whoa.
Pace that she played that bank, she wasn't playing safe on it in the slightest.
That was a good bank because she has that dodge that side pocket.
That one easily could have hung up in the other corner pocket had she missed that one. 3-3. Oh, Tony's not super happy with how that one turned out, but at the end of the day, it is 3-3, Jack. It's a
That was a
race
good
to
shot.
3. I don't want to say 4 at all because Tony has to double dipper.
Funny, I wonder if he knows he already won the bulk of the money.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't.
Like this match is for like $200.
Yeah, I know it's not a ton of money that he's playing for in this match, but obviously, I've said it a lot. These players are playing for that big check in the background. You get to keep that check. You get to hang it up
Yep.
in your living room or whatever it may be. It's a pretty cool thing that Tim does, and it seems like a lot of players are more into that than
You know what you do? You fold it in half and you use it as your sun visor in your car.
How about that, huh?
You pull up to a tournament, put that in your window.
That's hilarious. The intimidation factor behind having a big check for your
Yeah.
cool down your car. Love that. Dara, it is we're not doing that right now. Stop it. Go home. Well, you are home, aren't you? Jesus. I'm not talking to a dude that got beat up by his little brother.
Oh, man. That was too soon.
Oh, they know I love him. They know it.
I know.
It's a running joke. That story is so funny, though. I mean, obviously, they're still dealing with the repercussions of all that. I'm not going to get into it, but
Yeah.
but
I actually had.
oh, what a kick shot!
What a
You
shot.
made it.
No reward, but. Yeah. I was actually. Tony and I were with. I don't know if it was Steve or Dara. I still don't know who's who.
Stop it.
I can-
They're both listening. I'm just playing with you guys. We know you guys are our favorite.
Oh, they're both on there.
Yeah, they're going after it, man.
Who is the auto score updater out there in the interwebs? Is it doing it automatically? Because you're not doing it.
No, so Peter did a really cool thing. He found a way that digital pool. Oh, we're playing 3 foul. Tony's gonna try to put her on 2 here.
Oh,
But no, Peter did a really cool thing where he
is it hard enough?
you
It's
gotta hit
not
a
hard.
rail.
I-
Didn't get there. But Peter did a really cool thing where he linked it to the app, or not app, but he linked it to digital pool. So whenever they update the scores on their phones, we get to do it up here, which is funny. I don't know what to do with my hands in between matches. We used to be the guys that changed it, but now it's like, man, I don't know what to do with myself. I let them do all the work. Pretty soon that Chat GPT stuff that's coming out, or whatever it's called,
Oh yeah.
they're gonna be able to listen to enough of my commentary and just take over my job and make all the jokes I'm gonna make, and it's terrible. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
They're gonna take my job, man. They're
There's
just
actually
because
AI.
they know my jokes, they know my
effectively
sense of
copying
humor.
you.
They're gonna they can reverse engineer my voice. It's terrible. What? It's the world we live in, Jack.
Yeah.
Be terrible. I gotta talk to my kid one day and be like, back in my day, I had to talk manually during these matches.
With my cellular device
Right?
through the interwebs.
Flip phone. Interwebs. Oh, stop it, Jill. Really?
That is a good one. Bob
Uh,
Ross.
I appreciate the compliment, but my voice isn't that good.
She's not wrong.
Oh, stop.
But yeah, I'll tell you this though, it is shocking how much you enjoy Ryan. Sound
Oh
alike.
man, you're
When-
pulling that right
No,
now,
I'm
bro.
just saying,
I
when
went
you're
the
not-
entire day without hearing it. It is the first full day I went without hearing it, and here you
I'm just
come.
saying, it's when you're just listening to the audio, it's eerie.
Oh, you've
How
gone
much-
back and listened to it, huh?
Yeah, I've heard you both.
Well, honestly, Joey Ryan's one of my idols, and I love what he's doing for the pool community and the pro world and all that. So it's a bit of a compliment, but on the other hand, trying to adapt my own personality and my own voice in the game, and sometimes I'm like, man,
You both got your own.
I want people to say Joey Ryan sounds like Justin.
You do, if you notice, I said you guys sound alike. Not you like him, or vice versa.
Whatever works. There's one day someone's gonna be like, "Hey, you sound like that Justin guy," and then I know I've made it.
Yeah, I bet he gets it all the time.
Oh, I bet. You know what's funny? I don't know
All
him on a
the
personal
time from
level. I've
people
never
all
met
over
him.
the world.
Not around the world. We got a pretty good, strong Arizona community out here, but oh, appreciate the compliment. You guys are super nice.
Don't draw out of that. There's no reason to draw out of that, right? You could
Hey,
use the
We're-
left rail, the right rail.
Yeah, kid. I swear, kid. It's the number one suspect that keeps bringing it up. It died off for like, I don't know, a tour event or so, and then it came back with a vengeance.
It lives up in the mountains.
Yeah, sure does.
He's
Now he
lonely.
does. Good chance here for Jay. She
Yep.
can, if she doesn't, she's chosen to come up and down on these shots a lot, but this one she can hold this cue ball if she chooses to do so. But more often than not, she chooses to come up and down on these. Not a big roller of the cue ball, just like, yeah, just like that. Not a big roller of the cue ball. She had a chance to roll that one in,
Yeah.
take a little bit of angle on the 9, but not saying it's not in her repertoire, but she feels a bit more comfortable letting that stroke out a little bit. Thanks, kid. Yeah, I know we did. Well, I never started it. I never said I sounded like Joey Ryan. I just heard it 32 times in one day, and then here we are.
Oh my gosh, you gotta go 3 rails. He
You
went 2 rails.
would really like to see him coming. Really like to see him come all the way around on that
Really?
one. I'm not even gonna pretend to know what you guys are talking about. Is that
No.
some kind of inside joke?
No,
Whoa,
last
whoa, whoa.
night. Was it last night? Yeah, last night. Excuse me.
Which one's Willie?
Billy Williams. Hughes. Always selling the Hughes. Billy and his
Always
daughter.
fun. Oh, I don't know, man. Oh, okay,
Billy.
okay,
He's always
okay. I know Willie. Yeah, yeah.
um where was I was at Metro last night playing David Lee, One Pocket. I had garlic Parmesan fries there that are pretty good. And I didn't finish them all. And I said, I was giving him shit because he was always flipping cues. And I said, "You want these? You want to flip them and make some money?"
I love that. Let's see. Last time Jay had something like this, she just banked it straight in. I imagine she's trying to. Oh, what do you think here? What do you like here, Jack? I'd go for the cut, but like I said, I like to separate myself from my wallet. What do you like?
I think that's a life shot, but I don't like it because it's down the rail.
Yeah, more often than not, that's what happens when I take that cut
Right.
on, especially on these tables. Bags called it right. These pit tables are so brutal. You know what? You might be right.
Yeah, it's 4-3, Joe. I just didn't update.
I think you're right. Can you guys help us out in the comments? Is it actually 3-4 and they just haven't updated the score just yet? Oh, he's gonna line up straight inside. That's how that works, right?
Yep. Bag says no 500 anything. Playing on it.
I'll tell you what, I'm a 624. I have no business on these tables. But also, I don't know where they come up with that Fargo stuff, man. I can't hang with these guys.
I do think it's interesting though to see some people playing the table right.
Let me get Jay's attention here and see if it's 4-3 or 4-4. Give me 1 second.
Okay. What?
All right. Well, Jay is under the impression it is 4-3.
Yeah,
Sorry, we've kind of been in between matches and things going on, but
yeah. Part of me thinks that we slept again.
I'm asking my buddy, or my dad's cousin back in Texas. I know he's been watching the whole match. He'll know for sure. But yeah, no, I was kind of under the same impression. That,
Or
you know,
did,
the
or did,
hard part is so many 10 balls have been rattled or 9 balls have been rattled. So sometimes I think we get this
we already
preconceived
a
notion
win
that
for
they're
Jay.
already won. So I think you
But
know,
no, I remember when you said Jay goes up 4-3.
I felt like you know what? I think you're right. Hey, my friend, or my dad's cousin back in Texas says it's 4-3. So we could be wrong. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
You know what, Kit? It's coming along well. We ran into a few speed bumps, and you know, if you've built anything out of wood, which I'm sure you have, you lumberjack man, you are. But no, it's coming along good. But we ran into a few obstacles when it came to pockets. We had to order pockets before we could cut the rails because we got to cut the rails with our flush on the top side and the well, we really wanted to recess the pockets, but um we had to order pockets and we had to get the exact dimensions of those pockets before we started cutting angles, because when we start cutting angles then we can't really cut out exactly where we need the pockets to sit unless we have the exact dimensions of it. So we had to wait a few days for that to come in, so that set us back. We're not too far out of it now. We're back in the process, but I'll keep you updated on that. Yeah, me and my dad are building a pool table, a diamondized Purple Heart pool table, assuming everything goes well. Jay was really. It looked like Jay was really trying to play that one by the four to play safe and hit the four pretty full. That's super cool, Kit. Yeah, I figured you were into something like that.
Roll that up and put the cube on the back of the floor.
Uh, now I've seen enough. I've seen enough of Tony to know he's gonna try and just instinctively leave distance there.
Whoa. The option.
Yeah, option coming to her. I don't think she's gonna take this four on. I think she's gonna bank it up. Maybe utilize that seven somehow if she can to hide the cue ball. What do you like?
Bank it straight on, pull the cue ball back. Bank it under the 9.
That's a good shot. Coverage with the 9-10 and coverage with the 7.
Here, point, your food is ready on the bar. Here.
You a country music fan, Jack? Oh, gee, just missed that. You a country music fan, by the way?
Um, no,
No?
there are some songs I like, but
Okay.
typically I don't listen to it.
Where you from?
Chicago,
Chicago? All right.
born in Philadelphia, but grew up
Are
in
you
Chicago
more of a
area.
rock guy or you like the hip hop coming up?
Um, I do like everything. I like hip hop, rap, rock, reggae.
Oh. Oh, you're right. I know oh, you indulge in the devil's lettuce from time to time, so reggae
I
probably
have
sounds pretty
before.
good to you.
I have before.
Yeah, you're right, kid. It is one heck of a project.
Did you say you were building that 8-footer?
We're gonna build a 9-footer. We wanted to
Oh,
go
okay.
8-footer, but slate cost. The cost of the slate was so expensive that we just decided we're gonna go straight to a 9-footer.
I'm glad to hear that. That was a cool idea, but when I heard you doing an 8-footer, I thought
Yeah, well, we generally we thought
I just
so we were gonna sell the first one and then we're gonna keep the second one, you know, for a barn dominium my dad's building on our land in Texas. But, you know, we're gonna build the first one to get the specs of it and the second one to keep it. But when we found out how much the slate was, we figured $1,000 for slate and it turned out to be $1,600 for slate. Yeah,
for 8-foot diamond.
9-foot diamond. Well, shipped. It was 1,500 and it was $100 ship what with shipping. So I don't know if I should be talking about, but anyways, it's the price of slate was pretty hefty.
Right.
So before we were gonna build them both at the same time, but we ended up going with the 9-footer, and then maybe if we sell it, using the money from that and going from there. What a great shot from Tony there, straight in on this 9 on the side. And
You
he's
just roll it up with tons. So.
yeah, he's a good roller of the ball. This should come pretty natural to him, as long as he's feeling good and not feeling the pressure of the situation. Should be just fine to roll on this ball a few inches. Even a little bit of a cut wouldn't be too bad. Just like that. Yeah, figured you'd have a little cut like that. Oh no,
no.
Jack. What is he doing?
No.
This is a cut in the side all day.
Yeah. Oh,
Ah, that's not the move there, Jack.
no.
Gotta cut that one in the side.
That's the craziest shit I've seen in my life.
Oh, Tony, my man.
Huh.
I like to, sometimes I'll critique the right shot or the wrong shot or this and that, but the only shot there was the cut in the side.
Yeah.
There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Would you agree with me there, Jack?
Yeah, I do like the bank, and that wasn't even a great looking bank. It was still off angle. It was back. We had to back cut that bank, right?
Yeah.
Either way,
Hold it with inside or
and
back cut it or
I'm-
whatever it may be.
I've been known to do that before, but the shot inside was
Yeah, yeah. Well, nonetheless, he's left it difficult. He might have gotten away with it here, Jack.
yeah, he did.
He's got a pretty good look at the stem.
He did.
Oh man, maybe something worth talking to him about after the set. That was
Well, he knows it. He can tell by the way he walked
Yeah.
away.
his body language wasn't great there.
He just made a quick, wrong decision. It seemed like.
Gotta come with it here. Good shot from Tony. Puts him on the hill. Yeah.
Good scratch.
Jay's running out of the restroom real quick. I don't blame her. Giving herself a little checkup from the neck up, I'm sure.
There's some bad rolls there.
Oh, my man, Tony. Yeah. Well,
You
well,
think
I
they'll split?
well, I'll tell you what, man. And I'm not trying to stir the pot or nothing like that. I think there may be a chance that they do, but for the sake of the sponsors that sponsor this event that would like to see two sets and the viewership and to prolong the event for the sake of advertisement and a good finals and the big check in the background, I gotta be honest, I hope not.
Gotcha.
But there is I won't say that there's not an argument that it won't be a conversation. I like to play it, man. I like the pressure.
Yeah.
I like the pressure. I like to see it come down to it. And I'll tell you what, even if they do decide to do that, I think Tim will make them play it out anyways, just for the sake of the tournament. I think I've seen them do that a time or two, despite how friendly they are or what's been going on. But we'll see.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he's got his work cut out ahead of him right now, and he's got to close it out. So we'll see what happens after that. The night is young. It's only 8:45. I'll let you go ahead and analyze this rack right here real quick before I run to the restroom for 10 seconds. Be right back, Jack.
All right. Oh, the door is here. Down dial. It is. Ball and the 7 ball. Ball on the side of the corner.
Oh, what is going on, Dora? How you doing, brother?
Do you know, I heard a rumor Fedora won a tournament.
Oh, stop it.
That's what the rumor out on the streets is.
Is that the word on the
Did
street?
you hear this?
I have not heard it, but
Literally won a pool tournament.
let's
Not just not got out and play. He won a tournament.
let's hear it, Dora.
He's been creeping around the back streets, and I heard he won a tournament at barbecue place in Cave Creek. Fat Turtle.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it. Alex,
Yeah,
did that
Alex.
happen, man?
Don't act like you're not listening to Alex.
Oh, good shot there. Forcing that cue ball to forcing that cue ball. I won at Fat Turtle like 3 weekends ago. How about that, huh?
Mm,
Oh, that's awesome, Alex. And it's
Isn't
good to hear that you're back out, man.
Crazy.
I've seen you a couple times, but that's awesome.
You know what's funny? I'll be honest. I played bull with Alex probably probably the first time he played,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't do so great, and he was a little frustrated. And then the next time he played, I could tell he was a little better,
Mm-hmm.
It's a little better. And we're always playing. It's either warm pocket or bank, so it's hard shit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then the next time, I was like, oh shit, he's starting to make good banks, and some tough shots. So it only took like 3 times where he started making some scary shit. And now he wins tournaments. It's crazy.
Well, not forecasting anything, but Tony's got a good chance to bring this to a second set.
Yeah. Gotta get ideally on the side of the eight.
Yeah, you'd like to be somewhere out towards the middle of the table.
don't
You
wanna-
you don't
don't
want to
wanna-
be kind of where the 6 is right now. That
Yeah.
that just hurts you.
Jay. No way, says Jay. Stretched out. Let's do a stop shot. Pull back 2 inches. Do it inside.
I
Well,
like
'cause
it. I like it if she can see enough of the 6, which I'm assuming she can.
Because it looks pretty straight. I think she's
Yeah, draw back. I like that a lot. And she might have to cut the 6 a little. She might be able to afford to go forward with some right.
yeah.
What she's doing there.
Ooh.
Oh, how about that
She hit it
speed
good.
control there? That is
She hit it
perfect.
way good.
I don't know that you can hit that ball better than
No.
that. That's almost ball in hand position, Jack.
She hit it perfect.
This could bring it to 4 to 5. Don't mean to get ahead of myself here. This table obviously plays extremely tight, but let's be honest, these balls lay very well for this.
Don't put outside on this. Put left on it.
You don't like outside? I like throwing it in with a touch of outside just to
Don't
hold the
mess with
angle a
that
little. You can hit it
side.
a little
You don't
fuller.
need to though. I mean, yeah, I do too. But it's an added variable that will make you catch that nipple right on the right.
That's very true.
It'll make you overcut it.
Very true. Playing.
Oh gosh. Good. Nice stroke. You
Yeah.
didn't hit it real hard.
Look good over that ball. All right. Jay's saying, I don't want this to go to a second set.
Oh,
I want to end it
bit
right here now.
on the rail, and she's forced down to the bottom. She's got to pump this.
Yeah, I think a
You're
straight
forced
eyeball.
to
She
hit
can
it
get to
hard.
the other side though, maybe. She.
Yeah, see how she was forced to stroke it
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
angle she was at.
Well,
He's got the same issue. He's forced to stroke it down to the bottom rail.
let's see it, Tony.
Well, actually, maybe not. But he's
How
on the
straight
rail.
is it? You have a good angle on it.
He's not. He's not straight.
So
He can get under it a little. He's not. Oh, not paying that. Already learned your lesson. Hola, amigo. ¿Cómo estás?
how are you, bro?
Cut that with top outside and go up table. Right?
I mean, I cut it. I like
On this table, I
even
would.
on this table. I
No,
like it.
no, I do too. But on this
There's a
table,
safe, but
like on a normal table, I just cut it. On this table, I cut it and go up table. I cut it and go 2 rails. Correct.
I mean, he can hit it and bring it down to the bottom rail, but he's got it. He's on the hill. Jay has a Jay's only on 3.
I'll tell you what,
You have a little bit to play with. I really like being
you
aggressive
stroke it.
here.
You go for it, and you stroke it. You don't roll your purse at it. Better not roll his purse at it. Oh, he's going for the bank. He didn't learn his lesson.
I don't know about
But
this one, Jack.
No, but this one he can stroke. He's gonna smack it. But I disagree with this. No, he's gonna
Draw
go up
bank it
table.
short.
He's gonna do it outside and go up table with the people.
Oh, he's gonna get away with it.
Ish.
Not necessarily get away with it, but left it tough.
Yeah. Get away with it ishly.
I agree, Chris. Chris Lulick in the chat. Lulu,
Yeah.
that is a cut shot. I don't know what to tell you, Jack. I think Tony's been a bit conservative this set.
I think he's a little tired, and he's going for some different decisions.
Oh, this could do it.
Wow.
This could do it.
She had good speed too to go up table, but it happened to go in front of the pocket.
No, here we go, Jack.
He's getting some rolls.
Yep, I agree.
He's getting some rolls.
This is to force the second set. Tony Circa to go up 6-3 on Jay. Winning the first set. Jay sitting in the hot seat.
Oh boy.
Not this time around. He's really coming out of his shoes on that shot, Jack.
Yeah.
He's not stroking through that ball.
Yeah, the roll there.
It's over antsy. I think Mitch Ellerman said it earlier. Just kind of a bit antsy about the outcome of the result of the shot before you even stroke it. That's what it seems like Tony has. I know the pressure's getting to him a little bit. What it seems like. Well,
no, it's when you don't trust or you don't believe. I'm jumping out of his shoes.
Yeah, I agree. So that's going to bring it to 5-4. Tony on 5, Jay on 4. Jay needing 2 more to just close this thing outright. Tony needing 1 more to force a second set. See how this goes. I'm gonna tell you what, Jack. I'm gonna go to the bar, see if maybe they have another beer. Not sure if they ran out by now, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Shot in the morning. Shot.
What do you know, Jack? They had another beer.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Wouldn't believe it. All right. 7-8. 7-8 doesn't look super pretty.
No. Unless
Looks like he got coverage there.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good shot.
Be right back.
Yeah, man, do your thing, brother. Oh, really good kick there by Jay. Really hit that ball full in the face. Now here's the gung-ho spirit in me. I would almost run into the 7-8, but you're not guaranteed a good look on the 5. Ah, that's what he was thinking. Yeah. It's pretty cool to see. You got a few spectators in the room watching the game. Got John Sanchez, you got Aubin, you got a couple more just coming in to sweat the action a little bit. It's Bullshooters is one of the best places for that. They have they got their pit tables and they got kind of seating all the way around and fun to watch. It's one of my favorite places when you got a free afternoon if you just want to drink a couple beers and watch some high-end pool. There's almost always action going on when there's not a tournament. Once again, I'd like to thank Bullshooters for hosting this event, making this event possible, giving us a place us degenerate gambling pool players like to call home. Really the home place that us pool players on the west side mainly play. What did I say? 650? I'm at 560. I do both tour events, so if I said 650, I apologize. It's been a long day. We've been here since 9, and it is 9 now, so that's 12 hours. And if Tony wins this one, we can force another set. That pushes us into the 13th, 14th hour of the day. Been a long day of pool playing, but I love it. I'm here for it. Oh, Jack Circo. There's never a dull moment with Jack Circo around. Tell you what. He's over there kicking it. Oh, what a great shot there. This could put Tony. Yeah, no, we're in a really good spot there. This could put Tony force a second set. Tony is on the hill. Jay's on 4. Oh, we got the headset back in.
Yes,
Back in.
sir.
All right, I saw you trying to tackle the vending machine over there after it didn't give you your Snickers. You're a trip, man. I'm looking over there. You're kicking the darn thing and trying to body slam the the machine over there, trying to get your Snickers out or whatever that is. What do you got going on over there? A little bit of
They didn't have much.
Oh, it is Snickers.
I don't even really eat these, but they didn't have much in there.
Hey, man. I'm gonna judge you on your blood sugar or whatever it may be. You feel pressure for your brother here?
No.
No?
Tried to go under it, didn't he?
Looked like he did.
I like rolling that with top outside and then just floats above it.
Oh yeah. Nope, that's a more natural shot there for sure. Tony knows he has a chance to put it away here. I like this. I would have preferred to see a little bit more aggression from Tony early on, but now that
Oh my. Oh my.
oh he did it. We're forcing a second set here. Wow, that's incredible. All right, well, let's
They're in talks.
yeah, they are
They're talking
in
about-
talks. I don't think
They're in talks.
yeah, well,
I'm gonna check out the talks.
all right, you go ahead and do your investigating. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Quick 5-minute break. Give these players a chance to calm down after that matchup. That was awesome. But we're gonna be forcing a second set here. So Tony Circa trying to double dip Jay. We will be back soon. Good pool ahead of us. So be back in 5 minutes. Stay in it. Okay. Okay.
Wanted to cut off. Set the street, but please.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and get it started right.
That's fine.
All right, guys. I just got word from the boss man. I'm terribly sorry, but we're gonna go ahead and shut down the stream. We're running into a time constraint problem with Facebook and YouTube here. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, and I'm gonna restart it back up. So if you don't know how to get to it, you can get to it on YouTube, Donkey Pool Productions, or you can go to Facebook. What's up, brother? How you doing? You can go to Facebook AZPool15, or I'm sure Tim will share that link on his page, Donkey Pool Productions on Facebook as well. So I'm just gonna go ahead and shut it down real quick, and then we're gonna get restarted right back up. But we're gonna be right back here in about 4 minutes with the finals. Tony Circa trying to double dip Jay. We got. I'm super excited. So. Rich, don't start your stuff right now, man. We got a finals ahead of us. We got a second set finals ahead of us. Ain't no splitting here. We're writing the checkout for the full amount. Let's go. I'm gonna post it right back up. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks a lot.